Queena Fu is renowned amongst her friends and family for having the most infectious smile. Her optimism seems boundless. When people are around her, she has a way of making them feel like anything is possible. This is despite the fact that for Queena, some of the things she encourages in others, she can no longer do herself. At 34 years old, she's had to get used to a new way of life. One that is very different than the way she once thought things would be at 18. Back in April of 2008, she just celebrated her birthday, and she was just finishing her senior year of high school. Queena really loved to read. She was always going to the library, and while she was there, she would check out new books at a speed her friends couldn't even fathom. "Finished already?" the librarian would say, as Queena would come in smiling, excitedly browsing the shelves for new books. And Queena's mum, Vanna, encouraged her reading. She was incredibly proud of her daughter for making the kind of life for herself in America that Vanna could only dreamed of when she was leaving Vietnam all those years ago in 1981. Mother Vanna had escaped on the floor of a small boat, travelling across the South China Sea and leaving behind everything she knew to start again in America. Even then, she knew that she'd be giving her future children better opportunities than if she'd stayed put. Vanna's father had been an officer in the South Vietnamese army, and when North Vietnam took over the country in 1975 at the end of the Vietnam War, he was imprisoned. Bombing had destroyed most of Vietnam's infrastructure, and where rice and vegetation had once grown in abundance, it was now stripped bare after toxic chemicals like Agent Orange had been used. So people made difficult and dangerous journeys to flee to different parts of the world, having to rebuild everything they once knew. As soon as Vanna's father was freed, he put his daughter on a refugee boat, and Vanna eventually made it to California before she went to the Tampa Bay area in Florida, where she started a family. She believed that because she'd already been through such difficulties, her daughters now wouldn't have to. They lived in the land of the free, the land of boundless opportunity, the place where if you just work hard enough, the American dream is yours for the taking. And this is why when Queena's life changed completely in 2008, Vanna just didn't see it coming. Queena had just won a full-time scholarship to the University of Florida. She spent most of her time either at school or volunteering when she wasn't reading. She'd also just started a new part-time job at Abercrombie & Fitch, hoping to save money to spend over the summer where she could celebrate finishing school and hopefully be the top of her graduating class. She and her close friend Rachel Slotin were planning out the places that they wanted to go together over the break. But they knew that wherever they went, they now had to be a little more careful. Both of them had heard about a terrible assault of a daycare worker in the area, so after the attack, Queena and her friends became extra cautious. So on April 24th, 2008, when she finished her shift, and she then decided to return her library books, she rang Rachel from her car. "I've noticed someone strange on a bench outside," she said. "Can you stay on the phone so we can keep chatting?" Queena asked, and Rachel agreed, but she didn't know when she did that this would be one of the last times she'd hear Queena speak a full sentence for a very, very long time. The connection went quiet as Queena opened the car door. Rachel could hear the door chime beginning to beep. She pictured Queena getting out of the car and reaching for her stack of books. Rachel smiled to herself. Knowing Queena, the pile would have been huge. She then heard her friend's breathing, slow and steady, and she waited for her to come back to the call as she walked into the library. But what Rachel heard next, she wasn't prepared for. Rather than Queena asking her how her day was, or overhearing as she went into the building, instead, she heard a long, loud, blood-curdling scream. And then the line went dead. "Queena?" Rachel asked worriedly, but there was complete silence. "Queena?" she asked again. Rachel immediately tried to call back to make sure that everything was okay, but this time her friend's phone went straight to voicemail.
"Hey, it's Queena. I'm not here right now. Just leave a message and I'll call you back."
Rachel tried not to panic. I'm sure we've all done that thing where you're trying to phone someone back, but it just so happens to be at exactly the same time they're trying to call you. so the call just won't connect. A pretty reasonable explanation. And then Rachel remembered that after they heard about the attack in the area, she and Queena had swapped their families' numbers. Rachel tried a mutual friend first who lived close to the library to see if she could find out exactly what had happened, and then immediately after that she called Queena's mum. "I'm not sure what's happened," she said, "but something isn't right." It was the mutual friend that arrived first in the car park. She scanned hurriedly for Queena's car, and that is when she noticed something strange. The door was left wide open, and as the friend got closer, she heard that the car was still running. Queena's phone was on the ground, shattered, and concerningly, a deep red liquid stained the concrete. She immediately called the police, terrified for her friend's safety. The police quickly arrived at the same time as Mother Vanna and Queena's sister Anna both did. Everyone had the same question on their mind. Where was Queena? The police started to fan out to search the nearby area. They looked under the other parked cars, and then spread out to check the library and its surroundings. One officer called out. There was a shape just behind the library building. As this officer got closer, he could just about tell what he was seeing was indeed Queena. But it was difficult to tell. Her face and body were so badly beaten. Lines of ants had already started crawling over her, covering her with bites. Queena had also been terribly violated. It wasn't immediately clear if she was even still alive. The officer checked her pulse, her heart still beating, still drawing breaths, but just barely. Immediately, the police called an ambulance to airlift Queena to hospital. A huge number of medical staff and 13 doctors waited to jump into action the second she arrived, and this team tried desperately to save her. But then Queena fell into a coma. Mother Vanna was frozen in shock. Who could have done this to her daughter? Queena was supposed to have come home that night just like any other, walking through the door with new books in hand, and no doubt some funny stories from her shift. Vanna sobbed. She instead saw Queena in the hospital bed, laying in front of her, taking painful breaths, hooked up to life support. She was still there when Queena temporarily regained consciousness the next day. The daughter was just able to choke out a few questions. "Why can't I see?" she asked, and Vanna sobbed harder, unable to tell her daughter that she'd been blinded during the ordeal, and that doctors thought there was a very strong possibility she'd never see again. Queena would then come in and out of consciousness over the next few hours. Thankfully, it seemed like she was regaining consciousness for good. The bouts of unresponsiveness seemed to have come to an end, but this respite was cruelly short-lived. Just as it seemed things were getting better, they once more took a turn for the worse. Later that afternoon, she started having seizures. This was due to the head trauma and a growing pressure inside her head. To reduce the swelling in her brain, doctors performed emergency surgery. Vanna sat waiting for Queena in her hospital room after the procedure was complete. She hoped that she'd now be able to talk to her daughter, but instead the doctors had to place her in a medically induced coma. Queena had been too unstable to bring back around. Vanna didn't know if she'd hear her daughter's voice ever again, nor if she'd be able to hear the comforting words that she was offering her. She was determined to get justice for Queena, that whoever had done this would be held accountable. The police started their search for the suspect. They received a tip about the man on the bench outside the library. Could this be the very same man that Queena had mentioned to Rachel whilst on the phone? The person providing the tip explained that they knew the man, that they had both been in high school together. The man's name was Kendrick Morris. The police noted it down, unsure yet whether he would be a witness or a suspect. The police investigation took them to the library, searching for clues. As one of the places that Queena had visited most regularly, they hoped that they could talk to someone there who could help the investigation. And by chance, Kendrick Morris walked inside at the same time to use one of the library computers. An officer recognized him from the tip-off. When he'd received the call, he'd looked Kendrick up and saw he had a previous charge for cruelty to animals. And as we know, this is an extraordinarily concerning behavioral marker. They took him in for questioning and took his fingerprints. An item of cutlery from a Wendy's diner had been left at the crime scene. This had fingerprint evidence on it, meaning it could be analysed against Kendrick's details. The police also had DNA evidence from the intimate samples they'd taken following the violation, so they now had multiple ways that they could tie a suspect to the crime. Back in the station, they ran Kendrick's fingerprints against the cutlery. It was around this time that police informed Mother Vanna that they may have found Queena's attacker, and the case was progressing. Everyone then waited anxiously for the results to come back. Was this force of evil about to be taken off the streets? When the police arrived at the hospital, in which Vanna had been sat in bedside vigil of her beloved daughter, she knew that it could only mean one thing. They had an update on the case. Vanna, an officer started. The DNA was a match. Kendrick Morris was the one who did this. The mother was speechless. All she wanted to ask Kendrick was why he'd hurt her daughter. The police mentioned that he was also the suspect for the other assault that had happened in the area, the one that had made Queena and Rachel start taking extra precautions. Queena was still in a coma whilst all of this was happening. In fact, 3 full weeks passed before she was woken up again, but nobody could know 100% the extent of her injuries at that stage. And after Queena finally opened her eyes, the doctors finally told her heartbroken mother that her daughter had suffered enormous brain injuries. She would no longer be able to walk, eat without assistance, or talk. It was almost impossible for this doting mother to accept that Queena would never be able to enjoy the small things in life that brought her so much joy. Simply walking into the library, hiring and reading books. These all seemed like cruel impossibilities now. Now it was time to fight for all of the ordinary things that Vanna could see would now actually be extraordinary feats for her daughter. But despite everything that had happened, Queena's smile was still the same. Her whole face would light up when she saw different friends and family members, and when she smiled, Vanna was reminded that her daughter was still very much there. Queena had survived, but her journey of rehabilitation would be a slow one, and despite her ongoing hard work, her paralysis was permanent. She was unable to speak, and her brain injuries would never heal. One dream of Queena had been to attend prom, an experience that was robbed from her by Kendrick Morris. However, 9 years after the attack, she was finally able to live out her dream. Longtime best friend Derek Perez proposed to her, and Queena accepted. They would go on to attend the event together, cheered on by the community and friends. Queena finally made it to her prom. Although usually a celebration of graduating high school, Mother Vanna saw this prom a little differently. It was a celebration of her amazing Queena still being alive, of her surviving against all odds. She wore a lilac dress with flowing sleeves, her hair brushed and twisted into an updo. Queena looked radiant. The prom marked the beginning of a different chapter for Queena. These days, and almost 2 decades after the attack, Queena still lives with her mother. She still does daily physio, trying to improve her strength a little each day. And although she didn't regain her ability to move completely by herself, she never lost the way that she could make other people feel. Neighbours, family and friends will drop by just to sit with her, just grateful that Queena is still here. And now, in a touching display of love, Vanna reads aloud to her daughter, making sure she doesn't miss out on one of the things she loved the most. Kendrick Morris was charged for his crimes against Queena. He was found guilty and sentenced to 2 concurrent 65-year sentences. And although he requested and was granted a resentencing hearing in 2017, instead of shortening his prison time, he was instead given life without the possibility of parole.
I've got nothing to do with the abduction of James Lavis, and I've got the backing of the Lavis family, relations, everybody.
Jamie Aaron Lavis was born on the 16th of March 1989. The fact that Jamie was born a healthy little boy was just short of a miracle. Jamie was in fact one of twins, but sadly his brother was lost in utero. He was in many ways a typical young lad, described by his mother as being cheeky, funny, and as making everyone happy. He was well known and liked in the local community, and he enjoyed spending time outside with his older brother, John. The Lavis family are from the suburb of Openshaw in Greater Manchester. It is a working class area near the centre of the city. While at the time the suburb was considered a little rough, it was common for children to be playing out in the streets most days. Jamie was known for being mischievous, playful and boisterous, and in an interview with a local news station, his mother, Karen, recounted how he would have breakfast with his father John at 6 a.m. after the hard-working man had gotten in from his night shift, and then go on to win a second helping. He'd simply tell her that he hadn't eaten yet. She lovingly called him comical, a proper character. His sister described him as cute and sweet with a smile that melted people's hearts. Jamie was one of 5 children, and despite his endless energy, he never strayed too far. For instance, as he was afraid of the dark, he was always home by tea time. However, on May the 5th, 1997, which was a national bank holiday, Jamie strangely failed to return home for tea. It was a particularly grey and wet day, and his mother was immediately alarmed. She knew that her boy would never come home late, and he loved his food. Jamie's father arrived home a few hours later, and he was initially reluctant to panic. He tried to keep his wife calm, claiming she was being overly sensitive, but by the time 9 p.m. and then 10 p.m. rolled around, the whole family knew that something was very wrong. They all went out looking for him. They felt especially concerned because Jamie was pretty small. Although he was 8 years old at the time, his clothing size was aged 5 to 6 and he was only 4 foot tall. Remember, he was one of twins. His family worried that he was too small to defend himself against other kids, let alone anyone bigger. The Lavis family searched for hours, but Jamie was nowhere to be found. The seeds of concern grew quickly into a huge, dark, imposing fear. So eventually, they called the police. And so unfolded one of the more disturbing cases in Manchester's long history. Neighbourhood search parties took to the streets, and very soon local news shows were involved. The Lavis family begged for Jamie's safe return.
If anybody out there knows where Jamie is or is giving him food, please just get in touch with the police. Everybody's waiting for him to come home.
Now, Jamie's described as being small for his age. He's about 4 foot tall, and he wears clothes that are made to fit a 5 to 6 year old.
Multiple tips and sightings started flooding in. Several people said they had seen Jamie catching the 219 bus that morning. He was apparently off to town to buy his mother a birthday present. Superintendent Roy Rainford, now retired, was the senior investigator on Jamie's case. He described the 219 bus route as one that Jamie often took, jumping aboard as he got up to his many little adventures. This made the Openshaw buses the first hotspot of the investigation. The particular bus route stopped near several derelict houses that children used to play in. This concerned Rainford because it meant there were many abandoned buildings to search through, and that there were ample empty spaces to hide something nefarious. CCTV footage showed that Jamie had in fact entered the bus station at around 10:30 a.m. that morning, but this was the last footage that they could find. It was almost as if from the bus station, Jamie vanished into thin air. The hours rolled on. The investigation seemed to be leading nowhere. The Lavis family were becoming more and more distraught, until a glimmer of hope. Around 24 hours after Jamie's disappearance, a local bus driver approached the family. He informed them that Jamie had been on his bus the day that he went missing. He even confirmed that Jamie was wearing a dark blue Reebok tracksuit. And, grateful for the first lead of the case, the family felt that this man could be the key to bringing Jamie home. Darren Vickers, a 28-year-old bus driver, was the last person to see Jamie before he vanished in May of 1997. Darren only lived a few houses down from the Lavis family, and he told the police that Jamie had spent all day on his bus the day that he went missing. He also said that Jamie had purchased a day saver ticket, a ticket that gives you unlimited travel within a certain area, and that he eventually got off at the Ashton bus station near their home. The family were frantic and desperate for answers, and Darren was the closest tie they had to their missing son. Soon, Darren began integrating himself into the family's lives, spending days on end in their home to help with the investigation. He claimed that he felt guilty, having been the last point of contact with Jamie. He felt that he had a responsibility to the family and to Jamie, so the Lavis family embraced him as a good Samaritan, as someone who was both willing and able to help them when they needed it the most. Darren also started to talk to the media. He gave several interviews with local news stations. He stated that whoever was keeping a boy of that age was sick, and that they needed to send him home. He also told the media that, unlike the police, he did not believe that Jamie was no longer alive.
There's somebody out there who's got to be sick, keeping a child of that age. You know, it shouldn't be done. If they had any respect, they'd just hand him over to the nearest police station, just let the child go in, just let him come home. He's not in trouble, he's not nothing, he's just wanted. I feel he's still alive. I don't fear the same way the police fear that he's murdered. His family don't. But somebody somewhere knows where Jamie is. Could never dream of it. A young child on the bus like that, you know, and just going missing. It's just unbearable to think about. It's just a nightmare for everyone. We just got close. It's like one big close family now because we've been out virtually 24 hours a day, all of us involved looking for Jamie.
He even took part in a police reconstruction of the day that Jamie went missing. Darren now acted as the unofficial spokesperson when the family couldn't face the media. One officer even described him, ominously, as their kingpin. He began thinking of himself as their pillar of strength. He would lead search parties looking for the boy. The family soon became emotionally dependent on Darren. The more he placed himself at the centre of the case, the more unnerved people around the family became. Community members found his new fixation odd, and soon the police became suspicious as well. It also became increasingly difficult for the police to share information and updates with the family, that is, without it quickly filtering through to Darren. Some officers felt that the Lavis family trusted Darren more than they trusted the police, and who could blame them? Darren had moved in with the family even though he had his own family just a few doors down. Despite the police's frustrations and their suspicions, they had no evidence or strong leads, and the case seemed to reach a deadlock. However, slowly, witness accounts of Jamie's last day started trickling in from people on the bus, and all of them varied starkly from Darren's story. He had described Jamie as just another passenger on the bus. However, several other eyewitness accounts said that this was simply not true. Jamie was described as having turned the bus into a playground. He was collecting tickets and changing the gears of the bus. Police also noted that a lone child couldn't purchase a day saver ticket, and due to these mounting holes in the story, Darren now became the prime suspect. Investigators started pouring through hours of CCTV footage, and it was then they discovered something unsettling. While it was true that Jamie arrived at the bus station that morning at around 10:30 a.m, he didn't simply get on a bus. Rather, Jamie was approached by a man who can be seen ruffling his hair. And that man in the footage was Darren Vickers. The police immediately ran a background check on Darren. They discovered at the time of Jamie's disappearance, he had only been working as a bus driver for a few days. On his CV, most of his references were simply fake, and he'd made them up, except for one. And that one person was a convicted pedophile. With their new discoveries backing their investigation, the police were able to arrest Darren Vickers on the 24th of May 1997. This was approximately 3 weeks from Jamie's disappearance. Shockingly, the Lavis family were appalled by the arrest. They blamed the police as being desperate and having no other leads. They still felt that Darren was their friend, and maybe more than that. To them, he had been their hero throughout this emotional trauma. And perhaps Jamie's family did actually have a point. The evidence against Darren was in reality pretty weak, and so police were unable to charge him. Darren was released. He was welcomed home and fully embraced once again by the Lavis family. Not only were they waiting for him at the station when he was released, but they even threw him a party. Backed by the family's strong support, Darren's confidence escalated. He now even called into a local Manchester radio station to discuss the case. And again, he stated that he believed Jamie was still alive, and that if he weren't, they would have found his body by now.
Well, I was coming back from Manchester, and I said to him that I'm going to have to start you back off now because this is my last run up. Jamie turned around and said to me, but my mum and dad's not in, I've got nowhere to go. Then I said to him, well, since you only live around the corner from me, I can take you back to the depot and drop you off when I go home. He was over the moon about it. He said, yeah. I said, are you sure you're going to be okay? He said, yeah. That was the last we saw of him.
So how's the police investigation going, Darren?
The police are not letting much information out about that. Which the family is supposed to know, the first confirmed sighting. Yeah. We've never been told. I'll never know till the day he comes home. I still believe he's alive. If the case was what the police are making out to be, if the case was he was dead, around where they're looking, they'd have found him by now.
Darren's behaviour was starting to rouse suspicion from those close to the case, but still seemingly not with Karen or John. Darren then shockingly invited a camera crew into the Lavis family's home. This was all an attempt to clear his name. In the clips, he can be seen explicitly stating, "I've got nothing to do with the abduction of James Lavis. I've got the backing of the Lavis family, relations, everybody." And so the investigation rolled frustratingly on.
I've got nothing to do with the abduction of James Lavis. And I've got the backing of the Lavis family, relations, everybody.
In a stroke of luck, a few months later, Darren Vickers was arrested for outstanding driving offences and kept in prison for 10 weeks. This finally gave the police time to focus on the investigation without Darren's interference. Jamie's family can now be spoken to by the police in peace. Perhaps this distance would generate some new information, and it did. Before his arrest, Darren would take Jamie's older brother, John Jr., on day trips on several bus routes. Since John Jr. and Jamie were similar sizes and close in age, police came to believe that Darren was trying to elicit false sightings, confusing the case even further and putting distance between himself and Jamie. Darren had also used the scanner to track police reports. He would show up at possible sightings with Jamie's mother. This behaviour was disruptive, to say the least. Most importantly at this time, with Darren in jail, the police could access the Lavis family free from Darren's manipulative hold. At this time, the Lavis family started to reconsider their relationship with Darren, and by October, the police finally had enough circumstantial evidence, along with the family's new backing, to arrest and charge Darren Vickers with the abduction of Jamie Lavis. Still though, investigators were determined to charge Darren with murder as well. Even though he was already under arrest, they continued the frantic search for Jamie's body. It was now that they received several tips that Darren had been to a particular part of a park called Reddish Vale. And shockingly, not only had Darren been to the park, but according to Sergeant Rainford, he had brought several children to the park at midnight. These children recognised Darren from the media appearances that he had placed himself in, and they then went to the police. The children said that Darren showed them a picture of Jamie. He then pointed whilst claiming to see him. This understandably scared the children, and they ran away, frightened. It was also reported that Darren brought Jamie's older brother John Jr. to the same spot in the park. He then gave him a cigarette and told him, "This is where your Jamie is, and if you don't behave yourself, I'll throw you in." Finally, near to where Darren had brought the children and Jamie's own brother, situated in a dense and overgrown part of the park, just off of the footpath, police found an item of children's clothing. It was the tracksuit bottoms that Jamie had been wearing on the day that he went missing. Investigators took the clothing for forensic testing and, carefully wrapped inside an item of clothing, they found a small jawbone. Other bones were found scattered around the park. DNA testing of milk teeth proved that the remains did belong to Jamie Lavis. Darren was now charged with abduction and murder. Police believe that after his shift, Darren lured Jamie into his car. He then violated him and ended his short time on this earth. Darren pled not guilty. During the trial, he claimed that Jamie's father was in fact the murderer, and that he himself was having an affair with Jamie's mother Karen, and that she was carrying his child. Karen was indeed pregnant at the time. She was forced to take a blood test to prove that the baby was not fathered by Darren. Darren's defense was, it turns out, totally fabricated. He was unanimously found guilty. Darren Vickers was charged to life in prison with a minimum term of 25 years. But even still, his vile manipulation and fascination with the media knew no bounds. He now confessed to the murder and violation of Jamie Lavis. However, he then contacted the media just a few days later and publicly retracted his confession. Several officers that worked on the case believed that Darren Vickers would have gone on to become a serial killer were he not imprisoned. Darren was up for parole in 2023, but he was thankfully refused. Tragically, Jamie's older brother, John Jr., ended his own time on this earth at age 31. The Lavis family think of Jamie every day, and Mother Karen still writes poems about her son to this very day. Sally Honeycheck and her sister Lorraine had spent all their lives in Detroit. At 80 years old, Sally had seen the neighborhood they lived in, Poletown, keep evolving over the years. Poletown is on the east side of the city, and as is pretty obvious once you find out, it's named after the Polish residents who initially started a community there in the early 19th century. The two sisters lived in the same house that they grew up in, the one their parents had bought in 1951, right before Sally was born. Sally and Lorraine, although they had no partners, did have a dog named Jack, so the three of them kept each other company, kept each other safe. The house had 6 stained glass windows, through which the Honeycheck family saw history unfold on their street, and so Sally and Lorraine stayed in the house as the seasons of life kept bringing change. They saw the car industry that Detroit was famous for moving slowly away from the center, taking with it jobs and communities. Behind were left empty shopfronts and increasing poverty. From 1950 to 1960, roughly 20% of Detroit's population was lost. Police brutality and profiling amongst the city's minority residents was also endemic. Social unrest was growing. Even though it was now a century after emancipation, and slow shifts were happening from the civil rights movements in the 1950s and 1960s, many citizens still weren't being given equal rights. Sally was 30 years old when the Detroit riots started in the hot summer of 1967. It was a response to the ever-increasing tension caused by a city moving closer and closer because of discrimination and institutionalized maltreatment of certain people. The riot began on 12th Street, where an unlicensed after-hours club was raided by the police in the early hours of Sunday morning. A party was being held there for veterans. This included 2 minority soldiers who had recently returned from the Vietnam War. People were understandably reluctant to move the celebrations into the sticky streets, after spending the preceding hours enjoying the cool of the air conditioning inside. However, the orders were made by the police. This caused protests and police blockades. The situation quickly and dramatically escalated over the next 5 days. The Michigan National Guard and US Army, as well as state police, were called in to quell what became one of the biggest civil uprisings in 20th century America. 43 people lost their lives and hundreds more were injured. Sally saw how the riot became a slow turning point for the city. Activism grew in response to police violence. She would have seen her community and the nation changing around her. In 1974, the first person of colour was elected as mayor to run the city, serving until 1994. And as Sally grew older under the mayor's leadership, she continued to stay in her own small community and in her childhood home. She attended church weekly and enjoyed seeing familiar faces in the congregation, and they enjoyed seeing her. In her middle age, Sally would become engaged to a man named Dennis, but it wasn't to be. Her partner moved to New York and the relationship broke down, and Sally never married. She worked all of her life as an insurance adjuster, finally retiring in 2009. As a person, she loved putting together different outfits, her interest in fashion helping her pick between clothes that she collected over the years, amounting to a huge collection. Even when Sally simply went out to pick up groceries, people would notice how her earrings matched her necklace, how her hair was styled perfectly in place, and how her eyebrows were dyed to match her hair. The way Sally appeared in public was so meticulous that no one thought anything other than this must be exactly how she was at home too. Clean, organised, and beautifully presented. The outside of her house that she shared with her sister, for those that passed by, was also pretty neat too. The lawn was mowed and the flowers in the front garden clipped. It looked like an almost picture-perfect home. People walking past, people in the neighbourhood, people in Sally's life, often thought how much they'd like to see inside the home. It was assumed by different people that the owner must invite friends and family over regularly, but the reality was very different. After Sally and Lorraine's parents passed and they took on the house together, no one was ever invited in to come and visit. Not for birthdays, not for Christmas, not for Thanksgiving, not even as social gatherings to watch games where the Tigers were playing, Sally's favourite team. The sister's cousin Linda saw her monthly, mostly at church dinners. Sally continued to turn up reliably, with her cousin always commenting on her outfit, or how her nails had been recently done. Linda could never have guessed what was happening, hidden behind the always freshly painted and well-kept front door. That how Sally appeared in public was so different to how she was inside. It may have taken much longer for Sally's cousin to find out something else was going on. That is, if Sally had called her on Thanksgiving in 2019. Sally usually reliably called over the holidays, so slightly concerned, Linda tried calling her, but there was no answer. Panicked, she contacted the police to ask them to do a welfare check at the house. Linda also phoned around the local hospitals to see if something may have happened, and that is when she found that a honey check was in hospital after a stroke. But it wasn't Sally, it was her sister Lorraine. The police visited the house as Linda requested. When they knocked on the door, there was still no answer. And even when they tried again later that day, still nothing. Linda met the police at the house and begged them to knock down the door, hoping to check that Sally was okay. She can only imagine how quiet and lonely it must have been not having her sister at home with her. She now worried deeply for her beloved cousin. The police said there wasn't enough evidence to warrant a break into the house. No shots or screams had been heard from inside the home, and no one's life appeared to be in danger. There was really nothing to suggest that something was wrong, but Linda, understandably, was still very worried. She had that gut feeling that is impossible to ignore. When Linda visited Lorraine in hospital just 2 days later, she found out that in fact both sisters had been taken into the facility. Although Sally had been the one to call 911, when the ambulance came for Lorraine, the crew saw the inside of the house, how the sisters had been living, and they called a second ambulance for Sally. Linda wondered why Sally would need to be taken to hospital, simply because paramedics had seen the inside of the house. Surely the inside of the house was neatly kept and maintained, just like the outside, just like Sally. Where is Sally now then? Linda asked the staff, and they told her she'd checked out on November the 12th so she could feed her dog. So now over 2 weeks had passed and nobody had heard from Sally. On the 29th of November, a few days after Thanksgiving weekend, Linda was almost at breaking point with worry. The police would not register Sally as missing, and so Linda told the police, "I'm breaking in instead." Accompanied by a friend who was an ex-police officer, Linda headed to the house on December the 1st. Giving it one more try, Linda knocked again on the door, but like all the other times, she got no answer. So instead, she went to the back of the home. There was an outside door to a cellar, but it was padlocked shut. Using bolt cutters, Linda prized it open wide enough to climb inside. Nothing could have prepared her for the smell that struck her nostrils. It was almost like trash that had been left out too long in the street in the sweltering summer heat. Upon entering, she also struggled to open the door fully. It was being blocked by something behind it. Linda tentatively stepped in. "Sally," she called. No answer. The smell was even stronger now she was deeper inside the home. She started gagging, pulling her sweater up to cover her mouth. The house was strangely dark. All around her were boxes stacked from floor to ceiling. She wondered what could be in them. Now moving up the stairs from the basement, she first reached the kitchen. There was waste and trash 12 inches deep, and the cupboards were stuffed so full that the doors had burst open. The counters were piled high with what looked like old takeaway boxes, collections of tickets, receipts and leaflets. The bed was too full of stuff to be slept in, and there was nowhere to sit, not even on the sofa or the chairs in the living room, because the clutter was piled high on them too. No one had seen, nor could they have guessed the extent of how bad things had become. The smell in the kitchen, however, was the worst so far in the house, although that would probably make sense, rotting food everywhere. Linda was shocked. She could barely breathe, stifled by the thick air. As she turned to look around the room for signs of where Sally was, Linda jumped at what she thought she saw. A human skeleton. However, she convinced herself that this was just a Halloween decoration. The skeleton was slumped over the kitchen table with a red sweater pulled over it. Linda wondered what kind of sick person would break into Sally's house to play this prank. It was bizarre, confusing, and most of all, concerning. She wondered too how Sally and her sister had been living like this, trapped in this life for years and years, surrounded by filth and mess. None of this made any sense. Linda crept out of the room to explore the rest of the house. She struggled to believe exactly what she was seeing. She could hardly walk through the home because of how deep the clutter was. Every door she opened to every room was the same. Linda could see small pathways that Sally and her sister must have created over time, so that they could still move around the house to some degree. But these were tiny and narrow, and on either side were layers and layers of things that Linda couldn't even begin to properly identify. As she walked through the home, she could hear the scurrying of tiny feet, and she felt queasy. The place was infested with rats, but she still had no answer to her question. Where was Sally? Linda called her name louder and louder with no answer still. Defeated, she went back outside, just as the police were arriving. "Have you found her?" they asked. Linda answered, no. But there was that Halloween prank that someone had played in the kitchen. That was surely worth mentioning to authorities. It seemed like someone could have broken in and done this. and that needed investigating. She told the police what she'd seen, and so together they made their way back into the kitchen, back to the skeleton at the table. Keeping her sweater pulled up over her mouth, Linda edged closer to the table. The skeleton was sitting in a blue lawn chair, the colour of which though had faded because of all the dirt and debris that covered it, and what the police said next was almost unbelievable. "This is her, Linda," the police whispered. "The dog has been eating her." Linda's vision started to blur. The police held her up on either side so that they could remove her from the situation. The cold December air felt so fresh compared to the dense atmosphere inside the house. Linda tried to process what she'd just seen. She felt too shocked to even cry. The doting cousin tried to make sense of how the sisters had lived in such squalor and how they ended up like this. She read about how hoarding is a disorder. Some people can't let go of possessions, and this eventually interferes with their ability to live normally. She saw with her own eyes how this could happen in the once loved home. Linda felt overwhelmed, as well as having to make sure that Sally's sister was safe. She now needed to sort through the house to take care of Sally's affairs. So week after week, she turned up at the house to sift through the rubbish with a friend. For their own safety, they both had to wear hazmat suits. They could only safely be in the house for 20 minutes at a time. That is how hazardous the house had become. Together, the two friends tried to go through decades of debris and hoarding. It was almost impossible to find the things that they needed. The valuables, the keepsakes, the insurance forms and money. Everything was mixed together with the trash that packed the home. The confusing mass was made of empty pizza boxes, unopened Avon items and receipts, and everything was covered in rat feces. Linda found old pictures of the house from before, when it was still a normal family home, and then as a stark reminder of what she had witnessed, the post-mortem results came back. It confirmed what Linda already knew, what she had witnessed with her own eyes. There had been extensive post-mortem animal consumption of Sally. This was by Jack the dog, as well as rats. Reading this, Linda was finally able to cry. She realised just how ill Sally had been, how much her mental health had deteriorated. Linda and her friend finally cleared the house and restored it to how it was originally. The insidious smell that had seemed to soak into even the very walls of the property finally dissipated following deep clean after deep clean. On the day the house went up for sale, Linda looked through one of the stained glass windows, the very same that Sally and her sister had looked through, as Detroit's history unfolded in front of them. She saw lilacs growing in the bushes outside. Carefully, she went out to cut a handful. She took them back into the kitchen, a space which now looked like a different room from when she'd first discovered Sally's body in there. She pulled a vase from the cupboards, now otherwise empty. They were freshly painted and able to close, unlike before. And then she set the fresh flowers down on the table, a sign of life and a fresh start from the horrors that had been witnessed inside the house. Thalassophobia is a fear of the vastness of a body of water. You may have felt this swimming in the sea, a river or a lake, or maybe even looking overboard if you've ever been on a boat. And well, I feel it watching videos like you are seeing on screen right now. It's not necessarily the water that scares me per se. It's the feeling that in that setting I would lose all of the comfort and the power I have in my normal life. I would be more helpless, more powerless than a baby bird placed in a tank with a hungry snake. Whatever the ocean wanted to do with me, I would be powerless. Even being stranded in a calm body of water, you are on a pretty short timeline before you sink down and down into the blackness. Whether you feel it or not, your time is running down to zero very quickly. Once you break the surface, a few feet down, if conscious, you would feel utter hopelessness, knowing you were never going to break the surface of that water ever again. hoping that you would fade away before the light of the surface was lost, and you would be plunged into total darkness and a biting cold that you had never experienced before, and whatever colossal monsters that lived down there would do with you as they pleased. In May of 2013, extreme storms hit an area of the Atlantic Ocean. Experiencing some of the worst conditions was an oil tanker owned by Chevron. The tanker was situated 20 miles or 32 kilometers off the coast of Nigeria in the Gulf of Guinea. The huge vessel was in need of urgent assistance. What they required was a tugboat powerful enough to stabilize and move the tanker to safer waters. The tugboat that was called upon was a vessel named Jascon 4. This vessel had a crew of 12, which included 29-year-old Harrison O'Kene, the ship's cook. Harrison wasn't at a high point of his life, but he was getting by. He was amongst the youngest of 13 siblings, but he acted like a helpful companion for his mother. The family lived in Warri, a city in south Nigeria. To help make ends meet, his mother would sell vegetables in the local market, and Harrison as a child was right by her side, carrying the heavy load with her. He was recognized as helpful and a problem solver, something that could later save his life. On May the 26th, Harrison O'Kene was 3 days away from going on leave. Although technically at work, his mind was focusing on going home. His day was just beginning and he was not yet dressed. Wearing only his boxer shorts, he walked to the kitchen and turned on the hot plates. He left them there to warm up, ready to cook breakfast for the crew. Exiting the kitchen and walking down the corridor, Harrison arrived at and then entered the restroom. This is a time many of us cherish in our working day. Peace and quiet and the guarantee of being left alone. But Harrison was met with unbelievable horror. Suddenly, his world literally got turned upside down. A freak wave hit the tugboat and in an instant, Harrison was crumpled on the ceiling of the restroom. The toilet bowl was now suspended directly above him. A few moments of confusion followed. These are Harrison's own words. "I was trying to open a door to get out when the toilet fell and hit me in the head." He said that he had just enough time to see that his head was now leaking red. But everything then plunged into total darkness. The lights failed almost instantly. The confusion and panic heightened as water began to fill his new upside-down reality. The cubicle began to fill up with freezing water and he was now trapped. This space could easily become his coffin. Harrison had to think quickly to determine his fate. Everywhere was dark. It didn't take long. 1 minute, 2 minutes, he said. That was all it took for the boat to plunge 100 feet before hitting the ocean floor. Discombobulated, Harrison grappled with the door, which now opened to the opposite side. This meant that the handle was almost impossible to find and even harder to operate. However, eventually in the darkness, the door finally swung open. Now moving himself into a corridor, he met 2 or 3 of his shipmates. They were panicked and desperately trying to open the hatch. His shipmates were unknowingly trying to escape the tugboat directly into the ocean, 100 feet down. However, as the others battled the hatch, Harrison made a life-altering decision. He said, "I did not have the patience to wait." The water rose further still and Harrison now pushed deeper into the belly of the ship. Attached to the second engineer's cabin was a bathroom. Harrison was swept in. The water levels were still rising around him, moving past his knees towards his waist. The sheer pressure of the water entering the vessel closed the door behind him. Due to the risk of pirates, the protocol on the ship was to keep the doors locked as you moved through the vessel. This played into Harrison's favor, he said. The air couldn't go out of the boat completely. Some had to be trapped inside. This pocket of air meant that Harrison could breathe, that he could survive 1 more minute at a time. He clung to a sink fixed to the wall. Doing this, he was able to hold his head close to the floor above him in a pocket of air. Total darkness enveloped Harrison, so his sense of sight was now useless. But his ears delivered him a story of horror and panic from his shipmates. He said that there were so many shouts, calling and crying. At least this meant that he wasn't alone, stranded on the ocean floor. Although able to breathe a trapped pocket of air, this solution was clearly temporary. If he wanted to live, he had to find his way out. Harrison Akene found and pulled at the door handle, but the surrounding pressure meant the door was stuck fast. The situation could barely get any worse, yet somehow it did. The handle to his only route of escape snapped off in his hand. He said, "I told myself, instead of panicking, you have to think of a way out," and that his only hope of survival was to convince himself that against all odds he was in charge of the situation. As he took a moment of respite, regaining composure, an eerie silence fell over the tugboat. Up to this point, his shipmates had been shouting, calling, screaming from other areas of the vessel. But in his words, one after another, I couldn't hear them anymore. Harrison believed that everyone else had escaped, finding a way out. The devastating reality, though, they all succumbed to the crushing power of the ocean. Now, 100 feet down, Harrison was totally alone. Enveloped in the dark, cold, merciless environment of the ocean floor. In this situation of life or death, our lone survivor's hand found a vent on the wall, and with that, a new chance at life presented itself. Breaking one piece of the vent off, he used it to pry open the handleless door. Regaining some level of freedom, he found his way into the second engineer's cabin. In the darkness, his hands felt a familiar item. Not one, but 2 life jackets were floating in front of him. Attached to these life jackets were torches. For now at least, there was some respite from the oppressive darkness. To help guide his way, he placed one torch between his teeth, and he stowed the other in its boxer shorts. Harrison knew that waiting to be rescued didn't hold out much hope. He exited the cabin back into the hallway, and then he made his way to the closed, watertight door. The corridor, however, was completely filled with water. There was no air pocket there. Now fully submerged in the freezing ocean water, he tried to open the door to potential freedom. The task, however, wasn't an easy one. His breath ran out quickly. He said, "If you got stuck in any room, you were lost. It was totally dark. I was confused. If you don't act fast, you can lose your life there." Panic set in and he quickly pulled himself back to the relative safety of the second engineer's cabin. Once more he held himself up using the sink, his head breaching the water's surface and able to breathe again. On another journey to the watertight hatch, he got lost and found himself in the mess room. There, he was able to search through bags found floating in the water. Luckily, he discovered a tin of sardines along with a can of cola. Harrison's ingenuity and problem solving came into play once more. Also found in the mess room were some overalls left by another crew member. Time and air was running out, but more work needed to be done on the watertight door. However, getting lost on the journey from the air bubble to the door would mean a certain demise. What was needed was a guide rope. The found overalls were the answers here. Ripping the fabric into strips and then tying them together formed a much needed answer. He said, "I could use the rope to guide myself back." And that is exactly what he did. Back and forth with single lungfuls of breath. Back and forth. But the door was stuck fast. His chance of escape was now 0. Things were getting worse by the second. On his underwater journeys to and from the stuck door, Harrison inhaled and ingested large amounts of salt water. The quantities were big enough to cause his throat to swell and his tongue to peel. Now back in the room with the air pocket, Harrison knew if he was to stay there, then he had to get out of the water. Hypothermia would soon take his life. A mixture of water damage and structural twisting of the boat under the pressure caused lifting of the wood paneling that surrounded the room. It was this wood that Harrison wrenched from the ceiling and walls, lashing them together to form a small, semi-buoyant raft. Climbing on top of the wood allowed him to sit crouched with his head in the air pocket, and for now at least, he was still alive. Harrison Akene's state of almost total isolation and sensory deprivation meant he was lost in time, trapped in a maddening state of limbo. He consumed the can of sardines, keeping his strength up before he grew too weak, and he drank the can of Coke. It spiked his throat as he swallowed. Crayfish had made their way into the room. They now nipped at his legs, his torso and his arms. Sores and wounds were easily made on his wet and delicate skin. With every breath he took, the water level rose and the air supply depleted. But now, all that was left to do was to wait. Wait to be rescued, or wait to perish. He said, I had to keep my mind away from that. Let me just stay put, I thought. Thoughts of his life leading up to this point replayed through his mind. His family, his friends, his mother. He sang songs he learned in church, finding strength in his faith at a time when most would crumble. He said, I tried to kill the fear in front of me, because one thing that can kill you fast is fear. That panic comes at you. It kills you before your real death comes, because the moment you start panicking, you use too much oxygen. A sound foreign to those he was now used to rang out through the boat. Although he didn't know at the time, it was a diver placing a marker buoy to warn other passing vessels of its presence. This was his chance of being saved. He struck the walls of the room, desperately hoping he would be heard, and then saved. But nothing. He was alone once more. Back to the darkness. Back to the eerie quiet. Back to the total isolation. Time in the void passed again. The seconds, the minutes, the hours. Harrison said that he saw a reflection of light like a bubble. Taking a deep breath, he slid into the water, searching for the source, but he saw nothing. He returned to the surface, and knowing this could be his only chance, he filled his lungs once more. And again, he submerged himself, reaching his hand out into the abyss. 3 days had passed and the chance of survival were near zero. This glimmer of light was one diver from a team of 6. They were searching the boat, removing bodies. The diver saw Harrison's hand. He believed it was just one more body. But then, the hand grabbed back. In an unbelievable moment, the diver radioed it in. Harrison Okene's life, against all odds, was saved. This is the real video taken by the headcam of his rescuer.
Alright, just reassure him, pat him on the shoulder. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, show him the harness. I'm sure he's put a harness on, you know, working at heights. He would have done something like that. Open it, open the front. He hasn't drunken much, eh? Oh, he's almost finished it, okay, sorry. Alright, tell him... What's wrong with it?
This is cold.
What's cold, the water?
The water's cold. Yeah, I see the water's cold.
There was that overall that you... Right, let's get that hat on his head so we can reduce the CO2, please. Okay, is his umbilical on around his body like we were diving?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well done. Alright. Okay, Harrison, you mustn't take your hat off, okay? You must just breathe nicely, yeah? Okay. Alright, let's go. You hold your umbilical and you listen to me, okay? Alright, we're going now. Put your head under water and breathe comfortably, okay? Okay, how's that? Are you alright, Harrison? Are you comfortable?
Following his rescue, Harrison underwent recompression before returning to the surface world. He turned down the offer of a visit to the hospital. He simply wanted to return home. This was now his day off, after all. Now, 11 years later, Harrison Akene has found happiness and greater meaning in his life. He has a wife, 3 children, and a new career. He, unbelievably, works as a diver making repairs on oil and gas facilities. He works up to 175 feet underwater. He said, "The way I think, the way I see life, yes, it improved my life actually. I know there is a God, and there is a God beside me. I know He has a great purpose for me. I always feel so comfortable and guide myself. I try not to offend anybody and I try to trust life, because when humans are close to death, that is when they understand we are all one."
Are you in the bell, Harrison? Give me a thumbs up. Good job, my friend. Well done. You're a survivor.
It was a year marked by big moments. The ongoing Cold War with Russia, the continuation of Reaganomics, when the president aimed to boost the nation's income by using trickle-down economics. We're still waiting on that, by the way. And the year where a small event that doesn't usually become national news, like a family picnic on a mountain, would end up becoming part of history forever. Nylene K. Briscoe was born on the 8th of September 1978 in Orange County, California. By 1983, her parents had split up. Mother Nancy was now with stepfather Kim Marshall, and so Nylene became Nylene Marshall. Her biological father, William Roy Briscoe, was in the picture, but he was a non-custodial parent. June 25th, 1983 was a Saturday, and this meant that Nylene, now 4 years old, was with her mother, stepfather and 2 siblings, Nathan, 6, and Noreen, 2. They were taking advantage of a chance to all be together on this beautiful summer's day. But only 4 of the 5 would return home. The local radio station, Capital City Radio, had invited the family to an amateur radio operator's picnic. This was situated in a remote part of the Elkhorn Mountains, pretty near to their hometown of Clancy. Here on this inactive volcano range in southwest Montana, wild elk can be seen roaming all year long, and when the sun shines down, its light catches and brightens the green leaves of the dense trees that cover the hillsides. No one could have known that this picture-perfect scene would soon shatter in only seconds a mere few hours later. Nylene had picked out a yellow t-shirt and shorts to wear that morning. Her outfit matched the bright mood of the picnic. As the adults unfolded blankets and laid out food for everyone to share, people passed around sandwiches and chatted as they stretched out. No one else could be seen around them. Their chosen spot was completely secluded. In between lulls of conversation, the only sounds that could be heard was the whispering of trees as they swayed in the wind. After a while, the children, growing restless from sitting down for too long, asked the adults if they could go and play in the creek, and the adults didn't think twice about letting them do so. The general feeling was that no harm could come to them in this quiet part of the mountains, or so they all thought. It was around 4 p.m. when they set off, a time that would only become significant later when the parents had to report it. Nylene, her siblings and some of the other children attending the picnic headed down to the stream, longing to put their feet in the water to cool off. As the others ran ahead, Nylene, now getting tired, sat to rest on a pile of rocks near the dams that the beavers had built. "Wait here," one of the other children told her. "We'll be right back." Nylene nodded, grateful to have a chance to pause, a chance to sit and enjoy the peace and quiet of a beautiful day in a beautiful place. So she was left alone, and the others moved onwards. When the older girl came back only moments later, Nylene was gone. "Nylene," the children called, hoping she was just around the corner. "Nylene," they called more loudly, but they saw no trace of her and she didn't call back. They tried again and still nothing. They ran back to their families. They returned to the picnic site that just moments earlier had been the scene of such a pleasant Saturday. But the kids were now crying, afraid of why they couldn't find Nylene anywhere. Where could she have gone? The adults instantly panicked and immediately took to the area to search. As they did, some of them started to look nervously at the rocky cliffs on the edges of the mountains, the ones that dropped off for hundreds of feet. Others looked in an old mine shaft. A little girl could wander in there and tumble. She could perhaps have twisted her ankle and now not be able to move. They noticed all these little things that they hadn't accounted for when the children first asked to play. They now searched more intensively, splintering off to cover more ground. But still, they couldn't find the 4-year-old anywhere. Desperation now growing, they called the police. Their wailing sirens quickly cut through the normally peaceful and serene area. Food was strewn across the picnic blankets, half-eaten bites put down as the adults scrambled to search for the little girl. The cars quickly followed old trail roads, slowing at the twists and turns before finally arriving. Police officers interviewed each person at the picnic. When was the last time you saw Nylene? Around 4 p.m. What was she doing before you last saw her? Sitting on the rocks, over there. Does she have a tendency to wander away? No, she always wants to stay close to us. Was anyone else around other than who's here? No, the adults started. But here, some of the children paused. One started to nod very slowly. The 6-year-old whispered, "There was a man around before. I remember because he was wearing a purple jogging suit. It stood out." Nylene said that the man told her to follow the shadow. The police, everyone, held their breath. Could this have been the man who took Nylene? Did he trick her to follow a shadow, maybe his shadow, only to then take her? And if so, where was he? Who was he? And where was Nylene? The police search escalated, but as night fell, Nylene was still nowhere to be seen. 2,800 volunteers joined in the search. Helicopters whirred in the sky above, and dogs fanned out in front of them. The canines' noses picked up a scent near Morpin Creek. They followed it, barking loudly, and then, just as suddenly as it had been detected, it heartbreakingly stopped. Infrared heat sensors too found no trace. Silently, the feeling within the police force began to wonder if she had indeed been kidnapped. They called in more specialized search teams. These are people entrusted to find people even in the hardest of circumstances. They combed through the mine shafts and the ponds where lava used to once bubble up. And even though, decades before, people had successfully searched the mountain for silver and gold, mining for profit, after 10 days the search for Nylene did not go the same way. Here there was no reward to be found.
Ken Gardner was one of those volunteers. Archive news clippings detail the efforts of him and hundreds of others.
You stretch your hands out, so my arm out to your arm, to his arm. Grid searches. Huge areas of grid searches. Nothing.
5 days in, and the weather turned, and so did the mood, but not their resolve.
By now you're cold and the weather's bad, and you've lost this hope that you're going to find her, at least find her alive. But you also get this, maybe today. Maybe there's something today.
The marshal's little girl, with her distinct chipped baby tooth when she smiled, had vanished. The search was eventually called off. There was nothing more that could be done on the mountain. At home, without their daughter, the parents would look at Nylene's bed, wondering if she would ever sleep in it again. They hoped that she'd make it home before her 5th birthday. They handed out thousands of missing person flyers across the country to help to bring her home, almost in disbelief that the person missing was their very own daughter, a devastatingly surreal situation. Meanwhile, the Shadow Man stayed the main suspect for the police, but just as the daylight disappeared on that first day, so too had all traces of the man. 2 agonizing years passed with no news and no new updates. No one responded to the flyers with any helpful information. The Marshal's other daughter, Noreen, turned 4, the very same age as Nylene when she disappeared. As they cut the cake, trying to pretend this was another normal birthday, they all noticed the absence of Nylene's happy giggle around the table. 1985 started with the inauguration of President Reagan's second term, and at almost the end of the year, on a cold November night, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received an anonymous phone call. There was information on Nylene for the first time since she had gone missing.
"I have Nylene,"
the caller whispered. The operator was in shock.
"I found her on a road in Elkhorn, so I picked her up and took her home with me."
Just as the operator was about to ask more questions, the call went dead. The mystery man hung up. This was the first meaningful clue since Nylene had disappeared. Obviously frantic, the parents hoped that the call could be traced, but the police found nothing. Then, 2 months later, a different organisation called Child Find of America received another communication. This time, it was a typewritten letter. It started as if they'd already been having a conversation. I believe this first excerpt is following on from that first phone call. The anonymous author wrote,
"I didn't want their person to try to get information from her. All I could tell them was that she was okay. I hope Child Find can get the following back to her family. I picked Kay up on the road in the Elkhorn Park area, between Helena and Boulder. She was crying and frightened, and as I held her, she was shaking, and I decided that I would keep her and love her. I took her home with me."
But the police and Nylene's family knew better. Some of what the man described he was doing did not sound good. This excerpt is the most disturbing. It starts with the man telling us he gives Nylene a medicine every morning, but the truth is just abhorrent.
"I get it from the bathroom every morning. It is actually a spoonful of my semen. It doesn't affect her physically. I have never murdered her in any other way. She is a sweet little girl, and it's because of how much I've grown to love her that I realise how much her family must miss her. But she's adjusted and seems happy. She trusts me and isn't afraid. We play a lot and she laughs when we clown around. She smiles and acts coy when I tease her. She giggles when we snuggle, and she hugs me sometimes for no apparent reason. I love her and I have her. I just can't let her go."
Their daughter belonged in only one place, and that was home with her family. After the letter came what the family was agonizingly all too familiar with: more silence. Then slowly, over the next 6 months, 2 more letters came, as well as occasional phone calls. The postmarks were from Madison, Wisconsin, many states away from Montana, a state that Nylene had never been to. One of the letters said,
"She would gladly recount to you trips to San Francisco, New York, Oklahoma City, New Orleans, Nashville, Chicago, Puerto Rico, and Canada. We were even in Britain for a month last year, and she loved it. Nobody questions passports."
How this person could have supposedly taken Nylene out of the country, the family wondered.
"I have a nice investment income, and I can work at home, so I care for her myself all the time. I teach her at home, and she likes to go with me when I travel. Her hair is short and curly now, and she has really grown. She is about 45 inches and around 50 pounds. She has all 4 of her permanent upper and 2 of her lower incisors at this time. She takes a bath and brushes her hair every day. She eats well. Her favourite meal is pizza and cherry cola. I call her Kay. I'm raising her as my own child."
Her parents were distraught. Was their daughter really alive? Were these letters even real? The FBI managed to trace the calls back to phone booths in Madison, but as soon as they found out where they were coming from, they suddenly stopped. This new silence was harder for the family than the news that at least maybe Nylene was still out there, somewhere, and the trail again had gone cold. More years passed. Nylene's siblings continued growing up, going to school, and making core childhood memories without their sister. Her parents tried, as much as they could, to hold on to hope that Nylene could still walk through their front door at any moment, that she would somehow, someday, return home. For them, ever since that afternoon on the mountain, time seemed to have stood still. What would their daughter even look like now, after all this time? Would she still have that chip on her tooth? Would yellow still be her favourite colour? Would she remember who they were? Other local families remembered Nylene's disappearance too, keeping a closer eye on their children, fearful that the same could happen to theirs. And then, 6 years later, when the family had slowly started to accept that there may never be any more clues, there came another shock, a surprise confession. A 42-year-old man who had prior convictions for violations said that he had ended Nylene's time on this earth as well as that of another woman. But after being held for a week by the police, he was let go. Regardless of the confession, there wasn't enough evidence to hold him. In 1990, the famous true crime show Unsolved Mysteries aired a segment on Nylene's case. This sparked a renewed interest, one that would both refresh people's memories, as well as introduce them to the case for the first time. A truly unbelievable discovery would come following the TV show airing. A hotline tip was received from a school student in Bellingham, Washington. They were certain that a girl in their class was Nylene Marshall. The age matched up. Her sudden arrival at the school made sense with Nylene's story, and the girl looked very much like her. Police promptly investigated and they discovered even more than they bargained for. The girl was a missing person. She had been born in California before vanishing. She had been kidnapped by her non-custodial father, going missing in 1982, with the case going quickly cold. The girl was identified, bringing the case to a close. But it wasn't Nylene Marshall. The girl was named Monica Bonilla, and she was finally reunited with her rightful family members. So the Marshalls had to regroup and, once more, building up their strength after it had once again been drained by disappointing developments. As if the pain of not finding Nylene was not hard enough for the Marshalls, a second tragedy hit in 1995. Nylene's mother was discovered deceased in a Mexico City hotel room. And although police would initially say it was self-inflicted, the case was later changed to under investigation, but no other leads came through. Nylene's family tried to navigate their way through losing both their sister and their mother, their daughter and their wife. How much pain could visit just one family? But in 1998, there was one last potential hope. A 19-year-old woman, originally from Oklahoma, came to a New Orleans hospital to give birth. Was this woman Nylene Marshall? The staff thought that she shared the same facial features, the features of that little girl they had seen on public broadcasts all those years ago. Her nose, her eyes, they all looked similar. Hopeful that this case was finally cracked, they asked to test her blood to compare it with her mother's. Everyone waited for the test results with bated breath. Was this about to be the end of the mystery that had haunted the Marshalls for all these years? The nurse read the outcome in a small, dimly lit room. It read, "Not a match." And the case had gone cold again. All these years later, Nylene would now be 46 years old. But did she get to grow up? Did she get to see the world because of the man who had taken her? Or did she never leave Elkhorn Mountain after all? Her remaining family often think back to that last journey they made all together, on that summer day where the heat made the back of their legs stick to the seats, of how they strapped Nylene into the back seat, letting her hold onto her stuffed toy for the journey, of her excitement at the picnic to spend time as a family, the simplicity of her thinking that at the end of the day, her parents would tuck her in and read the bedtime story as they usually did before they whispered goodnight, how she probably hoped for pancakes on Sunday morning. All of these small dreams of a 4-year-old girl that would never come true. All that was left behind was emptiness. empty mine shafts, her empty bedroom, an empty car seat on the journey home, and an emptiness in the hearts of everyone that loved her. In 1945 America, Barbara Kent was 13 years old. She was from New Mexico and had big dreams of becoming a famous dancer. The cinemas showcased talented movers like Gene Kelly, Fred Astaire, Judy Garland and Ginger Rogers. So why couldn't Barbara be next? The perfect opportunity arose for the teenager to further her possible career, and if not, to at least have the experience of a lifetime. Her dance teacher, a woman named Karma Dean, invited Barbara and 11 other of her students aged between 10 and 16 to attend a special summer camp in a rural cabin in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Barbara and all of the other girls were thrilled when they headed off to spend the summer with Karma Dean, known mainly to her students as Miss Dean. The dancing instructor was prominent throughout El Paso, with a reputation held in high regard, having studied under Edward Cancino, Rita Hayworth's father. Many of her students went on to fame too, dancing for the London Ballet at the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II, and featuring in the golden age of cinema. So for Barbara and her dancing companions, it was to be a life-altering summer. And it would be just that, just not in the way the wide-eyed, excited students could have imagined. That summer, July 1945, in New Mexico, would be history-changing. Barbara was more than excited as she packed her cases, making sure to include all of the essentials she needed for her time away. The camp itself was nestled in an idyllic situation. Ruidoso Desert was serene, with cabins beside a river in which the girls would cool off and play around in. Of course, after a long day of dancing under the tutelage of Miss Dean. The landscape was described as alien by one of the campers who shared the cabin with Barbara. With the fierce heat of the desert by day, the girls often ended up dancing below a star-studded sky. It was a world away from the realities for them and their families, with the growing concerns of the ongoing war. With so much to do and their time occupied, they could, at least for a short time, forget their troubles and focus on dance without a care in the world. Miss Dean's schedule was a rigorous one, but the girls were over the moon to have their days filled with dance, all of them incredibly passionate about what they were doing. One of the campers described the talented teacher as tough, but they reflected that she made them believe in their dreams. And so the dozen danced and became friends, unaware that they were dancing on a nexus in time, a moment that would make history for all the wrong reasons. The rural isolation of the New Mexico desert had not gone unnoticed by other groups who were looking to scout a remote location, in particular a covert group of scientists, and these men and women of science shortlisted 8 possible sites. But they soon decided they'd found what they were seeking in Alamogordo in Los Alamos. This was about 50 miles from Barbara and her summer classmates. On the morning of July the 16th, 1945, the exhausted girls who had had a busy weekend, engrossed in choreography, were woken up abruptly at 5:30 by a thunderous sound. It was a jolt sharp enough to throw Barbara from her bunk bed. The girls were immediately rushed outside by the frightened Miss Dean. The woman feared for everyone's safety. At that time, she assumed that the water heater must have exploded. Outside though, the girls couldn't believe their tired eyes. The campers looked around with their eyes squinted, recalling years later how the light was strange. It hurt their eyes, but it was somehow mesmerizing. At such an early hour, the sky should have been dark, but instead, it appeared from the window as though the sun had already risen. The sky was lit by an intense, bright white light, a light so insanely powerful that it would later be reported a blind girl living 100 miles away in Socorro asked her parents, "What was that?" Residents in surrounding areas all reported witnessing the same thing that morning, an intense burst of light, a huge engulfing cloud, and a strange, eerie sky. Several would later admit that they thought the world was ending. However, back at the cabin, once the heater was checked for damage, The girls went about their day mostly unconcerned. Perhaps it was just an earthquake or a tremor of some kind. But shortly after their rude awakening that morning, something even stranger began to happen. In the New Mexico desert, in the height of summer, snowflakes began to fall. This was something so strange yet so exciting to witness that the girls ventured back out to play in this curious phenomenon. Barbara would later describe the day as winter in July, recalling how she and her companions had danced and twirled beneath the flakes in glee, with some of the children even catching the white flakes on their tongues and others rubbing them on their faces. They were excited by the whole affair, but understood that something was kind of weird too. The snowflakes that were falling weren't icy cold. In fact, quite the contrary. They quickly noticed that they were hot to the touch. However, in their innocence and with no ability to Google the answer, they assumed that this was simply down to it being a hot July morning and nothing else. They didn't understand the reality of the situation as they danced in the snow falling from the sky and spent their day frolicking in the river as they had in the days before. Photos of the girls taken on that ominous day show the smiling adolescents happily playing in the ashes. The pictures show a 13-year-old aspiring dancer and a group of happy young people, all blissfully unaware of just how pivotal the morning's events had actually been, unaware that what had just happened meant that Barbara would outlive everyone at that camp, most of them by multiple decades. The explosion had been felt and heard by many, and some people quite rightly had questions. Civilian concerns were quickly put to rest when a commanding officer of the Alamogordo Air Base fed the press a convincing cover story. Barbara Kent heard the lies firsthand from the government officials the following day. Miss Dean took them all into a very crowded Ruidoso for the announcement. It was explained that the morning's explosion had been down to an ammunition magazine full of high explosives and pyrotechnics. The so-called dump explosion was the answer that everyone was looking for, and that story was pushed as a source. Everyone was told not to worry. Concerns faded away. While some people had doubts, Miss Dean accepted the cover-up as the truth, and so she and the girls headed back to their cabin to continue working on their routines, all without an inkling of what they, the surrounding water, crops, livestock and land had been exposed to. They had no idea of the danger that they were really in. They could never have foreseen the aftermath of the nightmarish health problems that would follow them all to the grave. A long time would pass before Barbara and her friends, or indeed any of those that lived in the surrounding towns, as well as everyone that witnessed the flash or felt the warm snow on their skin, would finally be told the chilling truth by the US government, a truth that had been irresponsibly denied by them for so long. On that fateful morning, moments before the girls at the summer camp were shaken from their bunks at 5:29 a.m. in Los Alamos, American theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer detonated the world's first atomic bomb in a test codenamed Trinity. Trinity was a poisoned fruit of 3 years of labor, where Oppenheimer served as a director of the Manhattan Project. The Trinity testing site had been chosen for its remote nature, but disgustingly, there were still thousands of people living within a 40-mile radius of the fallout zone, and there were thousands more beyond that who were also exposed to this fallout. Given the ongoing war and the secrecy of the nuclear weapons project, a decision was made from the top down not to warn or evacuate anyone. They were simply sacrificial lambs to the nuclear arms race. And now, almost 80 years on from the blast, these unlucky souls are now referred to as downwinders. The explosion was far bigger and brighter than Oppenheimer and its creators had imagined. The plutonium bomb was placed on top of a steel tower, and this structure was obliterated during the detonation. Only 3 of the 13 pounds of plutonium within the impulsion device actually went through the fission process. Much of the nuclear substance was simply made airborne, This was because the explosion was so much bigger than anyone anticipated. The reaction produced an immediate devastating heat, a heat that was 10,000 times hotter than the surface of the sun, and the cloud that it produced was estimated to have reached 70,000 feet, which meant it would have entered the Earth's protective ozone layer. So what chance did the ordinary, unprotected civilians like Barbara actually stand? Fortunately for Oppenheimer and the rest of his secretive Manhattan Project colleagues, the cover story circulated in local newspapers and quickly gained traction. It was clearly believable enough that very few suspected anything else. The newly tested weapon was deployed shortly after this event. It rained hell down onto Hiroshima and Nagasaki, both with devastating results. However, on home soil, the devastation would begin too. Health professions across the 78 surrounding towns and cities would soon start noticing a spike in new, terrible health issues. Tragically, just 1 month later, there were 35 reported infant deaths in Roswell, just outside of New Mexico, and in towns closer to Alamogordo, the numbers were higher still. Those living in ranches nearby watched in disbelief as their crops withered and the livestock that had grazed upon their land simply dropped dead. According to CDC reports, 5 years after the detonation, the radiation levels in hotspots remained dangerously high. This was largely because such a small amount of the plutonium had actually detonated, meaning that the rest went into the environment and the atmosphere, leaching into the soil and groundwater. As time passed, the effects of the atomic testing in Alamogordo still remained of concern. Cancer rates went through the roof. The hot snow that fell on that day was essentially pure nuclear fallout. Fallout that was caught on the tongues of the summer camp attendees and danced in as if an early magical Christmas miracle was occurring. Its effects were simply horrifying. Every single one of her fellow campers passed away before Barbara turned 30. This makes her the lone survivor. However, Barbara Kent did not escape unscathed. Now in her 90s, she may have outlived her fellow dancers, but she suffered lifelong illnesses, including several bouts of aggressive cancer, all of which she somehow beat. There are few words as horrifying in the English language as "you have cancer." And horrifically, these are words that 50% of us will hear in our lifetime. And at that point, you are pretty much at the mercy of medical professionals. If you are fortunate enough to have a chance of recovery, then you really have to put your trust in the process laid out in front of you. Whatever happens, the road won't be easy. But what if your treatment didn't just have side effects, but it was the thing that would end your journey in the worst possible way? It was the 3rd of June 1985. 61-year-old Katie Yarborough visited the Kennestone Regional Oncology Center in Marietta, Georgia. She was to undergo radiation treatment following a lumpectomy. She was prepped for electron treatment to her clavicle. The machine used for Katie's treatment was the Therac 25. The purpose of the Therac 25 was to deliver highly targeted radiation therapy. It was computer controlled, meaning data was input into it, and then it essentially did its thing. The radiation blasting robot hummed to life, and then Katie felt an intense, searing heat. "You've burned me," she cried, but the technician insisted that that was simply impossible. There were no visible burn marks on her skin, just a warm lingering on the surface. The treatment finished and Katie returned home. But soon, her pain escalated, her shoulder froze into position, and an angry red swelling spread through to her back, her skin peeling away in agony. The investigation revealed she had been exposed to a staggering radiation overdose. It was potentially as high as 20,000 rads. Typical doses for this treatment were normally no higher than 200. As an idea of how serious this actually was, Just 1,000 rads can be considered a lethal dose. The patient was extremely lucky to escape this incident with her life. However, she still bears the lifelong impacts of this incident. Part of her chest had to be removed. Her shoulder, along with her arm, remained in an essentially paralysed state. And Katie now had to live her life in chronic pain. And although her life had been in one way saved, she had also suffered a hugely traumatic and negative experience at the hands of this machine. Nobody involved wanted any of this to have happened. A lawsuit was raised and then settled out of court. At the Ontario Cancer Foundation, Therac 25 had been in operation for 6 months. It was a regular day, July the 26th, 1985. A 40-year-old woman walked in for her 24th treatment for cervical cancer. The patient, who was ready for her treatment, settled down onto the table. The technician, familiar with the routine, initiated the treatment. But within 5 seconds, the machine stopped. An error message flashed. It said, H-tilt. The operator looked at the dosimeter, and it showed that no radiation had been applied. They then pressed the P key to proceed, but the machine halted again, and again, and again. It did this 5 times in total before the treatment was aborted. At this point, a technician was called in to perform a thorough check. However, no issues were found with the machine. The Therac 25 continued to treat 6 more patients that day, all without a hitch. Perhaps this time it was a harmless issue, or maybe user error, but no such luck. 4 days later, the woman returned, and now she was complaining of severe burning and swelling in her lower abdomen. Due to obvious concerns, the woman was hospitalized. Medical professionals suspected a severe radiation overdose. The woman had, in a way, been cooked from the inside. This led to the Therac 25 machine temporarily being taken out of service. However, this action could not undo what was already done. On November 3rd, 1985, the female patient passed away. Her autopsy revealed devastating facts. Even if she had survived her original illness and this medical disaster, she would have needed a hip replacement due to the radiation overdose. An overdose that was estimated to be between 13,000 and 17,000 rad. The incident was reported to the FDA and to the Canadian Radiation Protection Bureau. The manufacturer of the Therac 25, AECL, suspected a fault with the microswitches. However, when they tried to confirm the malfunction, they simply couldn't replicate the issue. So whatever happened was just an anomaly. They went on to modify the software, claiming a 5 order of magnitude increase in safety. But the dark shadow of the Therac 25 had only just begun to spread. Fast forward to December 1985, we are now at the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital. A female patient developed a strange erythema after her treatment with the Therac 25. An erythema is basically a red patch, probably caused by trauma. The redness is due to increased blood supply and dilation of blood vessels. The hospital reported this incident to AECL. The company then confidently replied that a radiation overdose was pretty much impossible. The letter sent by the AECL in response stated that a Therac 25 overdose was not possible without a machine failure or operator error. Yet, 6 months later, the woman developed chronic ulcers, and worse, tissue necrosis, something that can be caused by radiation. The woman underwent surgery to try and rectify her medical issues. However, only a limited amount could be done. And she did live on, but she was plagued with persistent reminders of her ordeal. East Texas Cancer Center, March 21, 1986. Here, the Therac 25 had treated over 500 patients without incident. But that day, a patient came for his 9th treatment for a tumor situated on his back. The machine operator, known to be experienced and meticulous, accidentally entered an X instead of an E for the treatment type, but she realized her error and corrected it. The machine then displayed the message, "Raise, ready, crisis averted." Or was it? As soon as she hit the B key, the machine stopped with a malfunction 54 error message. The dosimeter showed that a relatively low dose of radiation was delivered. The operator, undeterred by the previous message, pressed P to proceed. Again, the machine stopped with the same error. Inside the treatment room, the patient felt a sharp electric shock, and he began to get up. But as he did, the operator pressed P once more, and another jolt was delivered. This was a shock even more intense than its predecessor. Along with the jolt, a loud crackling was heard. And as you may know from my previous videos, a crackling sound when radiation is involved is probably not a good thing. As a result of this second blast, the radiation felt as if his hand had been torn off. He banged on the door of the room until the operator finally let him out. A physician was called into the room and an intense erythema was seen in the area. The patient was sent home. He was thought to have somehow experienced a minor electric shock, but as you have probably gathered, this wasn't the case. Sending the man home was a grave mistake. The patient had in fact received a huge dose of radiation. It measured between 16,500 and 25,000 rads. This dose was delivered in just a fraction of a second, and on an area of skin around 1/4 of an inch squared. Treatment of the man continued, but things kept getting worse. He terrifyingly experienced paralysis of the left arm, nausea and vomiting, and he was hospitalized for radiation-induced myelitis of the spinal cord. His legs, mid-diaphragm and vocal cords also ended up being paralyzed. The man survived for 5 agonizing months before finally his time on this earth came to an end. The cause being a massive radiation overdose. Less than a month later, on April the 11th, 1986, the same operator was back at work. This time, a patient needed treatment for a facial skin cancer. Once more, the TYMLRK 25 monitor showed the malfunction 54 message. The treatment was administered, and again that dreadful sound was heard. The terrifying crackle of radiation out of control. The patient felt a searing, burning sensation, and by this stage, you can probably guess, they received a violent blast of radiation directly into their head. Due to this, the patient ultimately lost their battle on May the 1st of the same year. His autopsy revealed critical radiation-induced damage to the right temporal lobe and brainstem. The medical facility and AECL needed to replicate the error that had occurred. If they could do that, they could stop this from happening to anyone else. It was discovered that rapid data entry could have reproduced the error, but AECL initially couldn't replicate this event. Back at the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital, now on January the 17th, 1987, another patient was in a treatment room preparing for their therapy. The operator fired a test dose of radiation using film verification. This shows the field affected by the radiation blast. Adjustments were then made to the aperture and it was ready for treatment. But when the operator hit the B key, the machine stopped after 5 seconds. It displayed a fleeting error message. The operator entered the treatment room to make some manual adjustments to the turntable. They then returned to the controls of the TYMLRK 25. Treatment could now finally begin. P was entered onto the device to proceed with the treatment. The patient could be heard through the intercom system. However, their words could not be made out. A dose of radiation was delivered. But once more, it was far greater than was prescribed. In fact, it was around 100 times greater. The patient felt a severe burning sensation, and then came the reddening of the skin. Within hours, they developed physical burns. In reality, he had received between 8 and 10,000 rads instead of just 86. This patient survived for around 3 months until his time on this earth came to an end. His family settled out of court. In many tales of tragedy, there is a hero. And in this case, it is a man named Fritz Hager. He was a diligent staff physicist at the East Texas Cancer Center in Tyler, Texas. After the second incident at the facility, Fritz was resolute in his mission to uncover the truth. In both cases that took place at the facility, the TYMLRK displayed the cryptic malfunction 54 message. This error code was strangely not mentioned in the manual. AECL later explained that it meant the computer was essentially confused. It couldn't determine if there was an overdose or underdose of radiation. Now remember, the same radiotherapy technician had been involved in both incidents at the center, so Fritz brought the technician back into the control room. They endeavored to not leave the room until the problem was solved. This could well save lives. With a technician running the machine, after hours of testing and retesting every possible combination of actions, they finally pinpointed the issue. The VT100 console used for entering TYMLRK radiation prescriptions allowed cursor movement via up and down keys. If the user selected X-ray mode, the machine would begin setting up for high-powered X-rays, a process that took around 8 seconds. If the user switched to electron mode within those 8 seconds, the turntable wouldn't switch over correctly, leaving it in an unknown state. All prior testing had been slow and careful, as one would expect. However, due to the nature of this error, that type of testing was totally inadequate. It simply never would have created the combination of actions needed, nor within the time span they needed to occur in. It took someone who worked with the machine daily to find the error. Finally, Fritz could demonstrate how to produce malfunction 54 at will. But even with this smoking gun, the ability to recreate the error, convincing AECL would be more of a challenge. It took numerous phone calls, along with multiple detailed fax reports, before the company could replicate the behavior in their own machine. The code used within the TYMLRK machine was brought under the microscope. Further testing, pushed along by ongoing lawsuits, showed just how serious this issue was. Upon testing, the software was shown to be so inadequate that it could even blow fuses on the TYMLRK under certain conditions. The code was proven to not just be badly written and poorly documented, but to be dangerous to the highest degree. The TYMLRK software was a ticking time bomb, and it had already claimed several victims. But now, at least, it would claim no more. Jennifer Hawke first met Dr. William Pettit Jr. at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh when William was a third-year medical student and she was working as an oncology nurse. The two began seeing each other, they fell in love, and they were married in 1985. They settled down, intending to start a family, so they bought a home in Cheshire, Connecticut. Cheshire is a smaller community with approximately 29,000 residents. It was known as a really safe place for families to live. It had a lower crime rate than other cities of a comparable size. And just as intended, Jennifer and William started a family. They welcomed their oldest daughter, Haley, in 1989, followed by another daughter, Michaela, in 1995. Both Jennifer and William took great interest in raising their daughters. They surrounded them with a stable home life filled with love. William worked as an endocrinologist in Plainville, and he also served as Joslin Diabetes Center's medical director at Connecticut Central Hospital. After having her 2 children, Jennifer started work at a private boarding school, Cheshire Academy, as a school nurse. She was popular with the students as well as her co-workers, and it was a much slower, more enjoyable pace of life. She was a respected and beloved member of staff, as well as a dedicated churchgoer and a lover of music who played the guitar and the piano. The happy Pettit family filled their home with love and support for one another, and the whole family was loved throughout the community. Jennifer, who unfortunately at this time lived with multiple sclerosis, was deeply loved by her children and husband. After the diagnosis, the family rallied around her. They gave her unconditional support in her fight against MS. William sometimes slept on a couch downstairs so that he wouldn't disturb his wife's sleep since he went to bed later than she did. Daughter Hayley started a fundraising team named Hayley's Hope to raise money for multiple sclerosis research. She had just graduated from high school and was planning to go to Dartmouth College. There she planned on following in her mother and father's footsteps, as she was due to study medicine. Her sister Michaela was looking forward to taking over Hayley's fundraising team and changing the name of it to Michaela's Miracle. Both girls are accomplished students who earned good grades in school, and they were active members of the student body. Michaela loved to cook and often made meals for her family to enjoy. The Pettit family really did seem like a blueprint for the American middle class. They were successful, loving, and very loved. On July the 22nd, 2007, the summer before Hayley was going to head to Dartmouth, Michaela had decided to make dinner for her family once again. To grab the ingredients that Michaela would need, she and Mother Jennifer went to a local store before then returning home. While they were at the store, the mother and daughter drew the attention of a man named Joshua Komisarjevsky. He was 26 years old and had a lengthy criminal history. After taking an interest in young Michaela, Komisarjevsky followed the mother and daughter home to see where they lived. Unlike the Pettit children, Komisarjevsky didn't show any potential for a productive life. He had been adopted when he was young, and in the 1990s, he allegedly repeatedly violated his own sister. In 1995, he torched a vacant Cheshire gas station, burning it to the ground. There were many indications that Komisarjevsky was a troubled young man, someone who enjoyed wielding power over other people, and someone that had a blatant disregard for other people's well-being and property. He began using hard illicit substances in his teenage years, and he had spent years in prison for his habit of committing nighttime burglaries. The young career criminal was paroled in April of 2007. This was just 3 months before he spotted Michaela in the grocery store. Komisarjevsky was in touch with another career criminal, Stephen Hayes. He was a man very much interested in making money in any way that he could. The two men had met at a halfway house, and like Komisarjevsky, Hayes had a long criminal history that first started when he was a teenager. Hayes also displayed violence and a disregard for other people. He allegedly violated his two younger brothers when they were little. He had a series of charges on his record, including burglary, possession, forgery, and larceny. Up to this point in his life, Hayes had been arrested almost 30 times. He showed no signs that he wanted to live any other kind of life. He too had served multiple prison sentences, and he had only been released from prison in 2006, when he was let go after serving only 3 years of a 5-year sentence for burglary. On that occasion, he used a rock to break a car window and steal from the vehicle. Komisarjevsky allegedly told Hayes about the young girl and woman, the mother and daughter that he had seen, and how he followed them to their nice home. The two men, who both liked to steal things that didn't belong to them, planned a burglary in which they thought they could make a lot of money. And after some planning, that is exactly what they did. They broke into the Pettit home in the early morning hours of July the 23rd, 2007. They knew at that time the family would be asleep. Komisarjevsky entered the house by going through an unlocked door in the basement, and whilst there, he grabbed a baseball bat that was sat next to the stairs. As they moved through the house, the two criminals spotted William. This particular night was one of those nights where William slept on the couch in the sunroom. Komisarjevsky struck William with the bat, hitting him several times, and this caused significant blood loss because William was on blood thinners for prior heart issues. They then used rope and zip ties to bind his ankles and wrists, and put a covering over his face. The concern he must have been feeling for the rest of his family must have been unbearable. The two criminals then went up to Jennifer's room and tied her up. And after this, they did the same to both Michaela and Haley. Pillowcases were placed over their heads so they couldn't see. A terrifying and disorientating experience. After the entire family was bound and living in fear of what might happen next, the criminals looked through the house for cash. They then brought an injured William down to the basement, tying him to a support post. They continued looking through the house for money, but they were unhappy with what they were finding. During their search, they discovered the couple had thousands of dollars in a bank account, so they came to the decision that they would take $15,000 from that. Hayes then left the house to go to a nearby gas station, and he filled up 2 cans with gasoline, and then he brought those containers back to the Pettit house. When he returned, he took Jennifer to the bank. He made her withdraw $15,000 from a line of credit as soon as the bank opened. And whilst there, heroically, Jennifer managed to write a note. This was meant to alert the bank that her and her family were being held against their will, tied up in their home by 2 men. To convince the bank teller that she was serious, she showed her a picture of her 2 daughters in her wallet. Jennifer's worry for Haley and Michaela was evident. The employees in the bank believed that her story was true. Immediately, the bank personnel called 911 and told police about the incident. They did this whilst Jennifer was still stood there waiting. This is that real 911 call.
We have a lady who is in our bank right now who says that her husband and children are being held at their house. The people are in a car outside the bank. She is getting $15,000 to bring out to them that if the police are told, they will kill the children and the husband.
Jennifer allegedly said that she thought the criminals were only interested in the family's money. After receiving the report from the bank, Cheshire police went to check out the situation by stationing themselves around the Pettit house. They did this without using lights or sirens, so as not to alert the criminals to their presence. The police didn't know, however, that the crimes against the family had intensified. Komisarjevsky disgustingly violated Michaela. He took pictures of the attack on his cell phone. Hayes then began doing the same to Jennifer. William, who wasn't aware of what was happening to his family, and who had by this time been badly injured, tried desperately to escape. Whilst Hayes was attacking Jennifer, Komisarjevsky noticed that William was no longer where they'd left him, so he then went to share this information with Hayes. Hayes then throttled Jennifer, and the 2 men poured gasoline on her body. They then walked to the girls' bedrooms and poured gasoline on them as well. This was all with the intention of destroying any evidence that could link them to the crime. The criminals then started a fire. They ran from the house and drove off in the Pettit family's car. Haley, who was 17 years old, managed to break through her restraints. She valiantly escaped her bedroom, but then she collapsed in the hallway, sadly passing from smoke inhalation. Sister Michaela also passed from smoke inhalation and was found still tied to the bed. Both daughters had succumbed to the fire. As the 2 men were dousing the home with gasoline and lighting the fire, William somehow managed to crawl to a neighbour's home for help. At first, the neighbour didn't even recognise William. The beating he had suffered had been that severe.
The neighbour called 911.
I got Bill Pettit here who's hurt, my neighbor.
He's at your house?
Yes, he's right here.
Komisarjevsky and Hayes didn't get far after fleeing from the house. Police spotted them almost straight away because of the surveillance they had set up. They chased after the men and arrested them just 1 block away from the home. The home invasion had lasted 7 hours, and it had cost the lives of 3 innocent people, leaving behind an unbelievably heartbroken William, who was obviously devastated by the loss of his entire family. Although there was no question of the men's guilt, because they were caught fleeing the house and forensic evidence tied them to the scene, they still had to go through trials for their crimes. Komisarjevsky and Hayes faced 17 counts of various charges, all for the crimes they committed against the Pettit family. During Hayes' trial, his attorneys tried to paint Komisarjevsky as the villain. They said that he was the one who came up with the idea for the home invasion, as well as for escalating the situation which ended in the violations and the murders. The prosecutors, however, painted a compelling picture that both men were to blame for what happened on that night. On October the 5th, 2010, the jury found that Hayes was guilty of 16 out of the 17 charges that he faced.
On the steps of a Connecticut courthouse, Dr. William Pettit emerges stoic but relieved.
We did our best to keep our faith in God that justice would be served.
A guilty verdict for Stephen Hayes.
Komisarjevsky's trial didn't begin until 2011, and he followed the same argument that Hayes' attorneys had tried during his trial. They tried to say that Hayes was the ringleader, and that Komisarjevsky didn't plan on murdering anyone. On October the 13th of that year, he was found guilty of all 17 of the charges against him. Many people hoped that the two men would receive the death penalty for such a vicious, heartbreaking crime that ended 3 promising lives, destroyed a family, and traumatized people throughout the town and the country. During the sentencing recommendation portion of the trial, the jury had to decide if they would recommend a death penalty or life in prison. Hayes' defense attorney suggested to the jury that it would be a stiffer punishment to sentence Hayes to life in prison rather than the death penalty. The attorney argued that Hayes was so disturbed by his own crimes that he would rather die than live for decades in prison with the memory of what he had done. Because of the horrific nature of the crimes, the jury did vote in favour of the death penalty for Hayes on November the 8th, 2010, and for Komisarjevsky on December the 9th, 2011. At Hayes' official sentencing hearing on December the 2nd, 2010, he was sentenced by the judge handling his case to the death penalty. On December the 9th, 2011, the jury also recommended that Komisarjevsky be subjected to the death penalty, and the judge in this case ruled that he would die by lethal injection. Before the death penalty could be carried out in either case, however, the state of Connecticut decided in 2015 to abolish capital punishment penalties. This meant that anyone wanting to see the ultimate punishment in this case would now be in for a major disappointment. As the sole survivor of the crime that took the lives of his family, William was critical of the decision to eliminate the death penalty in Connecticut. Nevertheless, both men had their sentences converted to life sentences. Since then, Komisarjevsky has filed an appeal based on several factors, losing each one. Doing this, he has infuriated local officials who claim it was a waste of funds to have to fight these appeals. Father William, who later remarried and had another child with his new wife, wanted to do something to preserve the memory of his late wife and their 2 daughters. In 2007, he started the Pettit Family Foundation, a charity that provides scholarships for students and that helps families whose lives are impacted by violence. William's resolve to rebuild and start a new life is quite incredible, but we can be sure that he'll be haunted for the rest of his days. Alyssa Davolt had always loved makeup. When she was little, she'd try out her mum's lipstick in a mirror, tracing red over her lips and smudging the edges. She'd apply her eyeliner too, drawing shaky black lines across her eyelids. And when her mum caught her, she smiled at the image of a little girl in front of the mirror, simply playing. As Alyssa got older, her mum taught her how to apply the makeup properly, how to blend in foundation, how to do a winged eye, how to create drama with coloured eyeshadows. And Alyssa loved experimenting as a teenager. She would use makeup to create different looks. She became known for her creativity, especially as people started to request her to do their makeup. Alyssa would take her brushes and apply striking eye makeup to her friends, drawing bold, bright shapes trailing from their eyes. So it was no surprise to anyone that Alyssa started to train as a makeup artist, something she did as soon as she was finally old enough. And she excelled on the course, coming top of her class repeatedly. And so Alyssa started making videos of her makeup creations. At first she filmed casually and mostly for herself, simply so she could keep improving on her skills. But one day a friend convinced her to post a video to YouTube, and so she did. Alyssa thought nothing would come out of it, but she also realised she had nothing to lose, so why not just give it a try? When the video was posted, people immediately started commenting and liking, and so, inspired, Alyssa decided to try uploading a new vlog each week. And slowly but surely, not only her makeup bag, but also her following grew and grew. It allowed Alyssa to stay in her hometown of North Myrtle Beach, a beautiful city in South Carolina down on the coast. She'd always loved the city that she grew up in, and so she felt lucky that she could build her business completely online, aiming for that freedom of time and freedom of location. People were drawn to Alyssa's creativity, but also practical day-to-day tips. Her mum was so proud of her daughter's success. She would talk about Alyssa's YouTube channel any chance she could get. She'd think back to all those moments when Alyssa was small, when her interest in makeup had only just started. All of Alyssa's hard work allowed her to move into a beautiful home. It was bright and clean, and light flooded in through the windows. People could see her success in her videos. Just when things seemed like they couldn't be going any better for Alyssa, she met Chris. The two of them got on immediately, talking about their shared upbringing in Myrtle Beach, their passions, and how they love to spend their free time. Soon they started to spend as much of that free time together as they possibly could. They'd drive down to the beach and go for long walks where they'd talk about their future that they were going to build together. Chris and Alyssa were inseparable, and this meant they couldn't be happier when they found out that Alyssa was in fact pregnant. She continued to film throughout her pregnancy. Her happiness made her glow as she walked her viewers through her latest makeup advice. And then she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. The happy couple felt like everything they'd been hoping for had finally happened. Together, they settled into the rhythm of new parenthood, and this meant Alyssa changed the style of her content, but only slightly. She now focused on how to apply makeup quickly when time was short, and how to hide dark circles effectively from those sleepless nights. She gained even more followers as her videos got better and better, and a lot of these newcomers were parents who appreciated her practical advice. Alyssa and Chris would take the same drives that they had done when they were dating, travelling on down to the beach, but now they would take their daughter too. Family days out now replaced the couple's date nights. Together they'd sit as a three, watching the sunset, their daughter's tiny feet kicking in the sand. But the family of three wouldn't stay that way for very long. Alyssa couldn't believe it when she found out she was pregnant for a second time. It still seemed so close to the first pregnancy, and so the family grew once more. They had another daughter, and life went on. Her first daughter had started to do the same as Alyssa had done when she was younger, watch her mum when she applied her makeup. Alyssa would quietly smile when she saw this. Happy patterns repeating themselves. In a small way, it's the circle of life in action. It seemed to outsiders that Alyssa had the perfect life. She turned 30 and celebrated with her family. And on her channel, she shared easy birthday makeup ideas, smiling as she taught viewers how to still feel dressy but without too much effort. But the truth was, on the inside, Alyssa was feeling torn. She'd found out that she was now pregnant for a third time. And inside, Alyssa secretly doubted whether she'd be able to have a third child. Her life felt so full and happy with her two daughters and Chris, and she couldn't quite imagine what the new dynamic would be like with three of them, or even thinking of whether they'd have to move so they could have more space. Things were going well. She didn't want to rock the boat, so at first, she didn't tell Chris. And this deception wasn't as hard as you may think. As the months passed by, Alyssa didn't really start to show. It had been the same with her two daughters before. It had sometimes been difficult to tell that she was pregnant at all. She continued to film for her channel as she always had, and no one suspected anything different as Alyssa had only ever filmed from the neck up. The tension within herself grew. She was waiting for the perfect moment to tell Chris, but that moment didn't seem to come. In fact, that moment seemed to have long passed. but she knew she needed to say something. However, time was pressing on, the moment never arrived, and the doubts that were creeping in never stopped. They only grew. In fact, Alyssa's entire pregnancy passed without her saying anything at all. Much like the life growing inside of her, so was the secret. Alyssa started to get more and more scared. The life she knew and loved seemed to be hanging in the balance. Then, one night when Chris was away, Alyssa found herself in excruciating pain. She knew from her experience with her previous daughters that she was having contractions. The third baby was coming. There was no hiding from that fact. It was late at night and her daughters were asleep in the other room. She started to cry, knowing she'd be delivering the baby alone. During the pregnancy, she'd only attended one hospital appointment, and nobody in her family, nobody in her life knew that she was expecting. Outside, the night was surprisingly cool for South Carolina, even in November. In the early hours of the morning, Alyssa gave birth to a baby girl. But this time, rather than showing her straight away to Chris, or taking the baby to the hospital to be checked, or indeed thinking of the family trips this girl would join with them to the beach, Alyssa did something completely unimaginable. She took the tiny body and held her for only the briefest second, and then with her umbilical cord still around her neck, threw her into a trash bag. Alyssa ignored the cries for help. Everything soon turned quiet, so she walked outside with the bag and then put her in a garbage can situated by their house. Alyssa dropped the bag inside and then clanged the lid shut. She pushed any thoughts of feelings of guilt or love away and instead thought of how the trash would be collected the next morning, and then no one would ever know or suspect what was in there. Alyssa saw Chris a little less frequently right after the birth. She felt detached from the horrors of what she'd done, and she tried to act normally, but a few months later, she found out that she was pregnant again. Alyssa felt the same as she had with her third daughter, completely numb. But now she also felt emboldened. She'd done it once before. She knew that she could do it again, and she wouldn't get caught. Alyssa went through with the pregnancy the same way that she had with the third, in complete and utter secrecy. But unlike the previous pregnancy, she knew this time exactly how it would end, exactly how she would end it. When Alyssa went into labour in December of 2018, she was midway through filming new content. She stopped and deleted the video, unsure if the sudden pain she was feeling was too obvious on her face. Alyssa was scared to do this on her own again, and as soon as she started to deliver the baby, something in her body didn't feel right. This time she felt a tear. Even so, this didn't stop her plan. As soon as she completed the delivery, her son this time, she put him in a bag. Later, police would find meconium, an expulsion that babies produce when they are born, inside of the trash bag. This meant that he was still alive when the bag was closed. Alyssa took the same fateful walk that she had done before, out of the house and over to the trash can. 2 days later, Alyssa was in excruciating pain. The tear caused by her labour had become infected. Alyssa was blacking out, dizzy and disorientated from the infection. She finally accepted that she'd have to go into the Grand Strand Regional Hospital, and whilst there, she planned not to tell anyone anything. She arrived and made complaints of heavy bleeding, but when the doctors saw her, they immediately said that she needed a blood transfusion. They weren't expecting to find anything else, but then they made the shocking discovery. Alyssa had an undeliverable placenta and umbilical cord in her uterus. That would only be possible if she'd recently given birth. "Where's the baby?" they asked her, and Alyssa couldn't answer, even when they asked her again and again, pushing her for an answer that she wasn't willing to give. The hospital staff immediately called the police. They quickly arrived at Alyssa's hospital bed. They started questioning her immediately in a recorded post-Miranda interview. They were extremely concerned where the baby was and if he was safe, but they could never have known that this was the second time Alyssa had done this.
When you went to the emergency room the other day, the doctors and the nurses are saying that at some point prior to you going to the emergency room, you were pregnant with a baby.
I was not pregnant. I don't know what else to say. Like, I don't have a baby that passed out of me. I don't know how to explain it to you. Like, I would know if I had a baby.
What happened to that baby?
I don't know.
Okay, well, listen to me. Listen, look at me. You're gonna have to look at me, okay? Look at me. When everybody freaks out, okay? Where did you put the baby?
Who's the father?
Oh, you and Chris's dad.
You couldn't tell her you were gaining weight or anything like that?
I mean, he knew that I was gaining a little bit of weight. I wasn't thinking. I don't have an explanation. I wasn't thinking. I was too scared to tell anybody that I was pregnant. I was horrified. I was scared. I can't believe it just did.
Were they both in the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one went into the trash as well?
Initially, she denied ever having been pregnant, but then soon afterwards, sobbing, she confessed that she put her son in a trash bag. Police went to Alyssa's house to carry out a search, and there they found not only her son, but also medical records from the previous year. From that one time that she had visited a doctor, the record said that Alyssa was in the 3rd trimester of her pregnancy. Horrified, police looked at each other. They figured out that Alyssa had done this before, and until now, gotten away with it. When Alyssa went home on bail from the hospital, the house was empty. She was no longer allowed contact with her daughters. Partner Chris was speechless, too devastated for words. It feels like the biggest betrayal, he said. He couldn't comprehend how his perfect life with Alyssa had all just been a lie. A court date was set and the trial began, but one thing was missing: Alyssa. She refused to appear. However, the trial still went ahead in her absence. It lasted for just 4 days. As former partner Chris heard the evidence from the prosecution, he kept thinking of his 2 helpless children. Both of them he would never know. He and his family felt numb from hearing the details of what his partner had done. The jury verdict came back on October the 15th. Alyssa now had to be present in court for her sentencing. Shaking, Chris looked at this woman, the mother of his children, all 4 of them. A woman who now seemed like a complete stranger, a complete monster. We find the defendant, Alyssa Davold, guilty of 2 counts of homicide by child abuse. The representative from the jury said, Chris received some sense of relief that justice at least was delivered. Alyssa heard the sentencing. She had received 40 years. As it was read out, she thought back to her early memories with her mother, and with her own 2 daughters, the ones that still lived, the ones that would occasionally join her on her channel in brief videos, thinking how much they loved to watch her, how much they admired her, and how everything she built, everything she loved, had now been lost, and it was all because of her own vile decisions. Chris watched her as she was escorted out in handcuffs. He knew she'd more than likely spend the rest of her life in prison. It's hard to think of any true justice for what Alyssa did, but being locked away with her thoughts will hopefully be punishment enough. The Andaman Islands, a secluded tropical archipelago in the Indian Ocean. It remained largely unknown to the world until 2018. It suddenly rose to global fame thanks to John Allen Chow. He was a 26-year-old American missionary who set foot on North Sentinel Island. This tiny piece of land is home to a tribe of hunter-gatherers who live in complete isolation. The tribe is known to outsiders as the Sentinelese, and they live a life shrouded in complete mystery. We don't know what they call themselves or what language they speak. Chances are we may never find out. Before I go on and talk about what happened after John Chow set foot on the island, I should probably clarify why he ended up there in the first place. Chow was raised in a Christian home. His family were members of the Assemblies of God. This is an international Pentecostal church known for practices like speaking in tongues. This branch of Christianity has megachurches all over the world. Big business, big money, private jets, mansions, and zero tax. One day as a small kid, Chow was rooting through his father's study when he found something tempting. It was an illustrated edition of Robinson Crusoe, the classic story of a sailor shipwrecked on a deserted island. After struggling my way to read it with early elementary school English, he later shared on a website for outdoor enthusiasts, I started reading easier, kid-friendly books. Another one of those books was The Sign of the Beaver. This inspired both John and his brother to paint their faces with wild blackberry juice, and then tramp through their backyard with bows and spears they created from sticks. It may sound like it's a lot of fun, and I dare say it was, but these very early interactions would shape Chow's personality and lead his life down a very unexpected path. With that being said, his adventurous spirit wasn't limited to his backyard. His Instagram has two particular posts from August 22nd, 2014, which feature pictures from 2003 with his family at Yellowstone National Park and Mount Hood. He was adventurous for as far back as we can see. As time passed, Chow became more and more obsessed with religion, so perhaps it doesn't come as a surprise. As his personality seemed destined for missionary work, he was God-fearing, adventurous, and driven to the extreme. John was no stranger to travelling or to the dangers that it can bring. His Instagram account captures all of his epic journeys. In May of 2017, whilst in Northern California, he was bitten by a rattlesnake. This led to a relatively long hospital stay and multiple doses of antivenom. John escaped with his leg intact, although he didn't escape the pain and the swelling. On this account, we can also see that he is a self-described wilderness EMT, a PADI advanced open water diver, an outbound collective explorer, a perky-jerky ambassador. This looks like some sort of influencer type deal. And finally, as we now know, a snakebite survivor. On his website, John shares stories of his expeditions in his blog. However, as much as I would love to share some with you, as of the time of this video being made, all of the links to the individual posts are dead. But what we do know is that he was a dedicated adventurer and a passionate Christian. It appears as though he made his travels his business. During high school, he first read about the Sentinelese on a missionary database called the Joshua Project. The website described the Sentinelese as extremely isolated, and it noted that the Indian government bans access to North Sentinel Island. The ban is for the sake of everyone involved. The indigenous people of the island need protecting from outside diseases. A simple cold could wipe them out. They were hoping that the Indian government would one day allow Christians to earn the trust of the Sentinelese people and live among them. The website also mentioned that in addition to basic medical care, the Sentinelese need to know that the Creator God exists and that He loves them and paid the price for their sins. Many people, including Christian organizations and John Chow's own father, would blame the American missionary community for what happened next. In October of 2018, John travelled on a tourist visa to Port Blair, the regional capital of the Andaman Islands, and there he stayed in what is described as a safe house. There, he made an initial contact response kit that included picture cards for communication, bandages, dental forceps for removing arrows, and gifts for the Sentinelese people such as tweezers, scissors, cord, safety pins, and fishing hooks. Hoping to lessen the risk of accidentally infecting the Sentinelese, he entered a self-imposed quarantine. For 11 days, he hid and went without direct sunlight. During this time, he prayed, he exercised, and he read the lives of the three Mrs. Judsons, a 19th century missionary account. Upon leaving the safe house, John wrote this in his diary. On the island of life, into your hands, Father, into your hands. I will not lose sight of the prize, and protecting and blessing you. You will direct my path. Praying all my heart's plans will succeed. You, Jesus, are to be prayed. Soli Deo Gloria. On the night of November the 14th, he and some fishermen set out for North Sentinel Island. On the boat to the island, as he was travelling at night to avoid detection by authorities, John wrote about seeing bioluminescent plankton under a canopy of stars. He said he saw fish jumping in and out of the water like darting mermaids. The mission wasn't as easy as walking onto the island and speaking with its people. Instead, John and the bribed fishermen had to dodge authorities to avoid arrest. As well as this, as I said before, the Sentinelese people did not want any visitors. They had their own lives and chose isolation from the rest of the world. And honestly, I can see why. John would have to sit on a boat watching the tree lines and high ground for any signs of human life. When the time is right, he would leave the vessel and approach the shore. This is an excerpt from his diary. Currently on the boat, watching to make contact. Left last night at around 18:30 and arrived at around 22:30 or so. But as we were along the eastern shore, we saw boat lights in the distance along the northern shore and turned around. We headed south along the eastern shore and circled, then went along the southern shore. The Milky Way was above and God himself was shielding us from the Coast Guard and any retaliation. At 4:30 AM we entered the cove on the western side, and as the sun began to rise, we saw the east side of the island revealed. Two of the guys jumped in the shallows and brought my 2 pelicans and kayak onto the northern point of the cove. The dead coral is sharp and I already got a slight scratch on my right leg. The pelicans he's referring to here are waterproof pelican or pelly cases. He used these to store supplies and gifts. The right moment came and John made his move. I'm sure this isn't what he envisaged. This is what he wrote in his diary at 10 AM on November the 15th. I began rowing to the house we had seen about 1.5 miles or so away, on the top of the dead coral in 4 foot of water. As I was about 400 yards out, I heard women chattering. Then I spotted 2 dugout canoes with outriggers. I rowed to the shore and saw movement on the shore. 2 armed Sentinelese came rushing out and yelled at me. They had 2 arrows each, unstrung, until I got closer. I hollered, "My name is John. I love you and Jesus loves you. Jesus Christ gave me authority to come to you here with some fish." I kept yelling at them and they began to string their arrows. I threw the fish towards them. They kept coming. Then I slid the barracuda off and it started to sink below my kayak. My thoughts were directed towards the fact that I was almost in arrow's range. I back-paddled facing them, and when they got the fish, I turned and paddled like I never have in my life back to the boat. I felt some fear, but mainly was disappointed they didn't accept me right away. I can now say I've been nearly shot by the Sentinelese, but I believe I was laughing and caught their attention. Their arrows mostly drew back and the bows weren't great. I paddled to the cove past the rocks and hurried to write this note. John regrouped and decided to approach the Sentinelese once more. At 1:30 PM on the same day, he wrote about what had just happened to him. This was after his second attempt. "Well, I've been shot by the Sentinelese, by a kid probably about 10 or so years old, possibly a teenager. Short compared to those who looked like adults. I got back up after that initial contact to show them my boat, and the fish I caught that looks like a grouper or snapper with big lips. Each weighed about 30 pounds. I set off towards the north shore of the cove, towards where I'd seen a dilapidated structure and 2 destroyed dugouts via binoculars. Why was it dilapidated? Perhaps a death. Then, seeing no one from the water, I unloaded my kayak through the shallows of the dead coral reef and I didn't see anyone. I proceeded around the cove towards a hut I'd been chased from in my initial contact. And sure enough, as I got closer, I heard women and shouts from near the hut. I heard the whoops out of arrow range, but I made sure to stay closer and keep out of good hearing range. That means that about one time there were about 6 of them from what I could see. I started to parrot their words back to me, yelling most of the time. They were laughing, saying bad words or insulting me, and so they probably hid behind the hut, which they were also yelling about. They approached me and I whooped back. They kept their distance. The only one yelling at me looked fairly juvenile. I spotted one wearing a white crown of something, flowers maybe, on his head, and he also took a seemingly leadership stance. He was tallest and seemed to climb a rock to yell. I yelled some phrases and sang some worship songs and hymns, and they dropped their bows and stopped yelling. Then 2 of them dropped their bows and arrows and took steps towards me. I couldn't tell if they were truly unarmed or not, but I stayed out of arrow range, and I dropped off the fish and gifts. And at first they picked their dugout past the gifts and weapons were aimed at me. Then they turned, except for 2 who stayed. I paddled after them, saw some more gifts of pencils, and exchanged them on the shore. Paddled out after an hour. I knew this nice meet and greet wasn't going to end well. With that scared child and a young woman with a bow and arrow in the canoe behind me, I kept waving my hands to show I wasn't going to run, but they didn't seem to understand. I paddled to the boat, seeing about 3 or 4 arrows from a distance of the tree above their head. This was a friendly distance between them and the dugout. I grabbed my kayak and headed out. The islanders saw and blocked my exit. One blocked while other men with red cloth ran along the coast. They had 2 arrows each, unstrung, until I got closer and shouted my name. I stood in my kayak to show them that I too have 2 legs. I was inches from the unarmed guy. He was well built with a round face and yellowish pigment circles on his cheeks, and about 5 foot 5 inches. I gave him a bunch of the scissors and gifts as they got bunched together. So basically I gave them all of the gift type things, except for some spares in my cached gear. And then they took the kayak, and the little kid shot me with an arrow. Directly into my Bible, which I was holding in front of my chest. I grabbed the arrow shaft. It broke in my Bible in Genesis 33:23 and Isaiah 65:2. I felt the arrowhead was metal, thin but very sharp. I stumbled back and recall yelling at the kid to shoot me. As I looked back at him, my Bible covers looked like bark, like tree bark. So maybe he was just being curious, but yikes. It sure gave me a fright. They left me alone as I half waded, half swam through the broken coral to the deep where I knew the dugouts couldn't reach me. Then I paddled this kayak out of the arrow range. I had to swim almost a mile back to the boat. After making some notes where he was trying to decipher the language and actions of the islanders, he added this emotional paragraph. Watching the sunset, and it's beautiful, crying a bit. Wondering if it will be the last sunset I see before being in the place where the sun never sets, praising up a little. The reality of the situation suddenly seemed to drop on John. The tone of his writing changed dramatically. God, I don't want to die. Who will take my place if I do? Oh God, I miss my parents. My mom and dad and Brian and Mary, and Nora and Jeremy and JD and Jennifer and Seth and Bobby, even though he was just here, and Christian and someone I can talk to and be understood. None of the guys on the boat know much English, and I didn't know much Hindi or to ask their opinions and to tell stuff like this to. I've never felt this much grief or sorrow before. Why? Why did a little kid have to shoot me today? His high-pitched voice still lingers in my head. Father, forgive him and any of the people on this island who tried to kill me. Especially forgive them if they succeed. What makes them become this defensive and hostile? Legends passed down through millennia of their escape from a slave ship? Why does this beautiful place have to have so much death? Last night I had what I'd call a vision, as I've never had one before. My eyes were shut, but I wasn't asleep, and I saw a purple hue over a great-like city as a meteorite or star fell to it, and it was a frightening city with jagged spires, and I felt distressed. Then a different light, a whitish light filled it, and all the fright gets melted away. Lord, is this island Satan's last stronghold, where none have heard or even had a chance to hear your name? Lord, strengthen me as I need your strength and protection and guidance, and all that you give and are. Whoever comes after me to take my place, whether it's after tomorrow or another time, please give them a double anointing and bless them mightily. The plan for tomorrow is to drop me at the cache, and then the boat will leave for the day, returning at night. I'm at peace with that plan. If it goes badly on foot, the fishermen won't have to bear witness to my death. Alternative is to either wait another time and go back to Port Blair, but without any documents, and stay in the safe house again and put it all at risk. Why are we so afraid of death? If I leave, I believe I would have failed the mission. Now that I remember it, after I got shot by that arrow and it was in my Bible, I gave it back. Man, I should have snapped it. Perfect love casts out fear. Lord Jesus, fill me with your perfect love for these people. The next morning at 6:20 a.m. he wrote, woke up after a fairly restful sleep, heading to Ireland now. I hope this isn't my last note, but if it is, to God be the glory. One thought occurred to me last night. Only young adults were seen, and kids, but no elderly. Are they separated and they must stay on the shore? Are the elderly in the jungle? I'm heading back to the hut I've been to, praying all goes well. Signed, John Chow. He wrote one more thing, a letter addressed directly to his family. This would be the final page of his diary. Brian and Mary and Mum and Dad, you guys might think I'm crazy in all this, but I think it's worth it to declare Jesus to these people. Please do not be angry at them or at God if I get killed. Rather, please live your lives in obedience to whatever He has called you to, and I'll see you again when you pass through the veil. Don't retrieve my body. This is not a pointless thing. The eternal lives of this tribe is at hand, and I can't wait to see them around the throne of God, worshipping in their own language as Revelation 7:9-10 states. I love you all, and I pray none of you love anything in this world more than Jesus Christ. Soli Deo Gloria, John Chow, 11/16/18, 6:20 a.m. On November the 21st, 2018, Dipendra Pathak, the Director General of Police in the Andamans and Nicobar's, issued a press release titled, Death of US National. The Andamans and Nicobar's are typically peaceful, so this news was quite startling. Pathak wrote that his office in Port Blair had received an email 2 days earlier from the US consulate in Chennai. The consulate had been contacted by an American woman, the mother of John Allen Chow. She wanted to speak about her son's visit to the North Sentinel island and his possible attack by the tribesmen. Upon receiving the email, the police immediately registered a missing person report and initiated a detailed search. Pathak had ordered the Coast Guard to fly over North Sentinel Island and a second group of officers to sail past in a patrol boat, but neither saw any sign of Chow. No news could be good news. However, it was statements made by 5 fishermen that changed everything. These were the men that agreed to take Chow to North Sentinel Island. They said they had dropped him off close to the shore, and when they returned a day later, they saw a dead person being buried at the shore, which from the silhouette of the body, clothing and circumstances appeared to be the body of John Allen Chow. Within hours of the search beginning, detectives reported that Chow allegedly got killed at North Sentinel Island during his misplaced adventure in the highly restricted area while trying to interact with the uncontacted people who have a history of vigorous rejection towards outsiders. Pathak arrested all 5 fishermen along with 2 more men from Port Blair, all of whom had helped Chow travel to North Sentinel Island despite knowing fully well about the illegality of the action and the hostile attitude of the Sentinelese tribesmen to outsiders. In their defense, the fishermen said that Chow volunteered to visit North Sentinel Island for preaching Christianity to the indigenous tribe. While it was true that no one forced him, Is it really a great idea to willingly help someone reach right into the middle of an extremely aggressive tribe? Possibly not. Pathak labelled his press release as urgent, likely surprised by the global impact that it would have. Within a day, journalists around the world were covering the story of how a 26-year-old American missionary had been killed by a so-called Stone Age tribe on a remote island. Thousands of commentators weighed in, many agreeing that the idea of people still living semi-naked in the forest, sustained by what they could hunt with bows and spears, was enchanting. But the idea that missionaries were still venturing into the jungle to convert them was seen by most as outrageous and even potentially racist. Now, what do you think about this? Do you think that John Chow acted for a good cause, or was this purely reckless? Or maybe even worse? Stephen Corrie, director of the indigenous advocacy group Survival International, warned that entire populations of remote people are being wiped out by violence from outsiders who steal their land and resources, and by diseases like the flu and measles to which they have no resistance. He pointed out that Chow might have infected the Sentinelese even in death, and whereas we will never know, there is a high possibility that this could be true. He said that the Sentinelese have shown again and again that they want to be left alone. Overall, Chow's diary paints a picture of a young man obsessed with the idea of bringing Christianity to the Sentinelese, people who have lived without outside contact for centuries, protected by Indian law. It also reveals that John Chow did know his mission was illegal. He wrote about evading Indian authorities who patrol the waters near the island. God himself was hiding us from the Coast Guard and many patrols. He noted about the boat journey. But to his father, John was an innocent child. He said he died from an extreme vision of Christianity taken to its logical conclusion. But after checking his blog posts and diary writings, his photos and social media, it was obvious that Chow wasn't as naive as his father thought he was. His decision to contact the Sentinelese, who have clearly shown they prefer to be left alone, was undeniably reckless. It was selfish and it was thoughtless. But it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment act by a foolish thrill-seeker. Instead, it was a calculated risk by a thoughtful and fairly intelligent thrill-seeker, someone who had spent years preparing for that moment. He seemed to understand the risks, including to his own life, but he believed his purpose on Earth was to bring Christ to what he considered Satan's last stronghold. And on the morning of November the 16th, after writing a few last words, his time on this earth came to an end. If he reached his next destination, we will never know. Deepwater divers are the madcaps of the diving community. They are the ones that explore the dark labyrinths of underwater caves and the depths of the oceans. Essentially, claustrophobia incarnate. One such daredevil was a man named Dave Shaw, an Australian scuba diver, technical diver, and an airline pilot. Shaw's story is one of bravery, mystery, and one that ultimately ends in the worst possible way. Dave Shaw was born on July the 20th, 1954, and his life was adventurous and exciting. Before joining the airline Cathay Pacific, Shaw flew for Mission Aviation Fellowship in Papua New Guinea and Tanzania, and he piloted agricultural aircraft in South Australia and New South Wales. However, it was his passion for diving that led him to the most extreme and dangerous places on Earth, descending with deep dive gas mixes at extreme pressures. Shaw knew very well the risks involved. At such depths, oxygen can become, in a way, toxic, and nitrogen can cause narcosis, a state that divers describe as being similar to drinking several martinis on an empty stomach. Shaken, not stirred, obviously. Helium isn't any safer as it may also cause nervous fits, and if a diver ascends too quickly, the gases forced into their tissues under pressure can form bubbles, causing a condition known as the bends. This can lead to severe pain, paralysis, or even death, obviously extremely dangerous in deep bodies of water. To minimize these risks, divers must spend hours ascending slowly, allowing their bodies to decompress safely. There's even a saying among the divers, if you do the depth, you do the time. One of the most exciting yet dangerous dive sites is Bushman's Hole. It is located on a Mount Carmel game farm in South Africa. This vast crater, surrounded by veld and termite mounds, is hidden from view until you reach the rim. The crater's entrance is narrow and claustrophobic. It leads to a vast, dark chamber, which creates an otherworldly experience, as if you're spacewalking. Dion Dreyer had already logged about 200 dives when he was invited to join some South Africa Cave Diving Association divers at Bushman's Hole over the 1994 Christmas break. They planned a descent to 492 feet and asked Dion to dive support. He was absolutely thrilled. For young cave divers like Dion Dreyer, Bushman's Hole was irresistible. Dion, from a town near Johannesburg, was an adventurer at heart. He shot his first buck at 10, raced cars at 17, played with motorcycles, and designed loud car stereos. Diving was another of his passions. He couldn't sit still, never ever ever, said his younger brother, Werner. He said if he had a choice of how to go out in life, he'd like to go out diving, recalls his father, Theo. However, Dion's mother, Marie, begged him not to go. In 1993, Bushman's Hole had already taken the life of a diver named Eben Laden. He blacked out at around 200 feet. A dive buddy rushed him to the surface, but Laden didn't survive. And then on December the 17th, 1994, the hole claimed the life of Dion Dreyer. For Mother Marie and Father Theo, the nightmare started with a policeman's knock at the door. They then rushed to Mount Carmel, where slowly the story came out. The team had been doing a practice dive, and on the way back up at 196 feet, Dion seemed to be doing fine. He even gave the OK signal to his buddy using his hands, and so the group continued ascending. But at 164 feet, they noticed a light below them. A quick and confused diver count came up one head short. Team leader Dietlov Giliomi wasn't sure what was happening. He desperately started swimming down, but then was forced to stop when he realized the light below him was already more than 100 feet deeper and fading fast. I decided it was a suicide chase, he wrote in the accident report. No one knows for sure what killed Dion. The best guess is deep water blackout from carbon dioxide buildup. 2 weeks after the accident, his father Theo paid to bring in a small remotely operated sub. It found Dion's dive helmet on the floor of Bushman's Hole, but there was no sign of his body. Having realised that Dion would probably stay in that hole forever, Theo and Marie put a commemorative plaque on a rock wall above the entry pool. He had the most majestic grave in the country, and I said this will be his final resting place. Those are the words of Father Theo. 10 years later, in October of 2004, Dave Shaw called Theo Dreyer. I will go and fetch your son, he said. Theo immediately responded, yes, absolutely yes. More than anything, in that moment, he realised he wanted to see his son again, to have him back. And Dave was a man of his word. And so the time came for Dave to retrieve Dion. 10 minutes into his dive, Dave Shaw started to look for the bottom of Bushman's Hole. Complete blackness pressed in on him from all sides, and he directed his light downwards, hoping for a flash of rock or mud, but visibility was poor. Shaw was in an alien world. More than 800 feet below the surface pool that marks the entrance into the hole, he wore his black, crushed neoprene dry suit. On his back, he carried a closed-circuit rebreather set, which, unlike traditional open-circuit scuba gear, this recycled the gas that Shaw breathed, scrubbing out the carbon dioxide that he exhaled and adding oxygen back in. He carried 6 cylinders of gas with him. On the surface world, Shaw would barely have been able to move. But in the water, descending the shot line guiding him from the cave's entrance all the way down to the bottom, he was essentially weightless. At that moment, Dave Shaw was a very happy man. He touched down on the cave's sloping bottom, clipped off of the rope and started swimming. There really was no time to waste on this mission. Every minute he spent on the bottom would add more than an hour of decompression time on the way up. Remember, you do the depth, you do the time. But still, Shaw felt quite relaxed, enjoying that he was the first human to ever lay line at this depth, and then suddenly he stopped. About 50 feet to his left, perfectly illuminated in the water, was a human body. It was on its back, the arms reaching towards the surface. Shaw knew immediately who it was. Dion Dreyer. Shaw turned immediately, unspooling cave line as he went. Up close, he could see that Dion's tanks and dive harness, still in situ around his black and tan wetsuit, was all intact. Dion's head and hands, exposed to the water for all this time, were now unfortunately totally skeletonized. But his mask still sat in place on his skull. Thinking he should try to bring Dion back to the surface, Shaw wrapped his arms around the body and tried to lift. But Dion wouldn't move. His air tanks and the battery pack for his light appeared to be stuck in the mud underneath him, and Shaw was starting to pant from the struggle. This isn't wise, he said to himself. He was at 270 meters and working way too hard for a human that far down. He was already a minute over his planned bottom time, so Shaw quickly tied the cave reel to Dion's tanks. This was so the body could easily be found again. He then returned to the shot line to start his ascent. Approaching 400 feet, almost an hour into the dive, Shaw met up with his close friend, Don Shirley. Don was a 48-year-old British expat. He ran a technical diving school in Badplass, South Africa. After Don checked that Dave was okay, and also retrieved some of the spare gas cylinders hanging on a shot line below, Shaw showed him an underwater slate on which he had written 270 meters, found the body. Don's eyebrows shot up inside his mask. He reached out to shake his friend's hand. Don Shirley then left Dave Shaw, who had another 8 hours and 40 minutes of decompression to complete. As Shirley ascended, he realised that Dave would not be able to resist coming back to try to recover Dion one more time. He was so close to succeeding, he couldn't leave it like this. Don himself would be okay with leaving the body where it was, but Dave was a man who dived to pass the limits of what people thought was possible. In this dive alone, he had just hit a record depth on a rebreather, and now he had the opportunity to return a boy to his parents and, in the process, do something equally as stunning, make the deepest body recovery in the world. So he returned to the surface, regrouped and planned his second attempt. Dave Shaw arrived in Johannesburg 6 days before his second dive. His first destination was Kamati Springs. There he practiced placing a body into a bag underwater. In this instance, Don Shirley acted as Dion. The trial took place at a depth of 66 feet. Everything went smoothly, taking Shaw just a few minutes. And so the following day, Dave and Don drove to Mount Carmel. There they were joined by 7 South African rebreather divers hand-picked by Shirley, as well as by a police team from Cape Town and Pretoria, as a deceased body was obviously involved. The dive was scheduled for Saturday, January the 8th. Don had orchestrated a well-detailed dive plan. Dave Shaw's dive was expected to last around 12 hours, starting at 6 a.m. The other divers' schedules were coordinated with Dave's, each targeting specific depths to either help Dave or to help bring Dion's body to the surface. The first person Shaw would see on his ascent was Shirley at 725 feet. That is where Dave would hand over the body bag. Ideally, Dion's body would be out of the water about 80 minutes after Shaw began his dive. To minimise risks, Shirley planned 35 backup gas cylinders to be available. This would make sure there'd be more than enough supply to handle any rebreather failures. He also organised a rope and sling system provided by the police. A specialist in diving physiology was also hired to handle any medical emergencies. But despite all the risks, Dave was still quietly confident. He was careful to tell reporters and the team that the effort was an attempted recovery. The safety of the living would be put first. He also admitted that part of the motivation was the thrill of the adventure, even as some of the team members praised the efforts as a noble endeavour for the Dreyer family. There was one technical issue that Dave needed to address. This was the addition of an underwater camera housing. The camera placed on a climbing helmet was not Shaw's usual gear. He usually used a high-intensity light on his hand. This was something he could normally sling around his neck when necessary, so this helmet camera posed a new challenge, but after testing it in a pool and on a 500-foot dive, Dave was satisfied with the new setup. The night before the dive arrived, everyone taking part gathered for a final briefing. Dave Shaw emphasized how important personal safety is over the mission. He urged each diver to prioritize their own well-being. He also had a private conversation with Don Shirley. He had upgraded his rebreather with an oil-filled controller to potentially reach the bottom of Bushman's Hole. Dave told Don to assist only if signaled, and the two of them left the team with one last message. If either of them did not survive the dive, they did not want to be recovered. At 4 a.m. on Saturday, January the 8th, Dave Shaw and Don Shirley woke in the dark to prepare for their dive. Don had had a difficult night. Preparing the night before, a wire snapped as he was changing the battery on his new controller. This meant that he now couldn't dive, something which devastated him. But still, Dave was ready to go it alone. By 9 p.m. that night, he went to bed. In the meantime, with the help of the controller company, a soldering iron and some tinfoil, they miraculously managed to fix Shirley's controller. So this meant that Don could now once more join Dave on the dive. The team was back together. In the grey pre-dawn light, Shaw and Shirley drove to the hole, listening to music to relax. Given the potential length of the time underwater, Shirley included an adult diaper. The rest of the team, support divers, police divers and paramedics all assembled, and the area around the surface pool became crowded with dive equipment. Werner van Schaik, a 35-year-old South African, who set the women's depth record at a staggering 725 feet at Bushman's Hole in October, set up tables and equipment around the hole. Shirley had asked her to act as surface marshal. At 6:13 a.m., with a video camera quietly whirring on his head, Dave Shaw took Don's hand and said, "I'll see you in 20 minutes." And so he disappeared into the dark waters of Bushman's Hole. A few minutes later, Theo and Marie Dreyer arrived at the water's edge. They had arrived a little later to avoid putting any extra pressure on Dave Shaw. Dave descended quickly, letting the shot line slip through his fingers as he went. He reached the bottom of the hole in 11 minutes, even faster than planned. He immediately swam along the cave line. Upon seeing the remains once more, he pulled out the body bag. He then knelt alongside Dion and started to get to work. At this time, it was likely that Dave felt the narcosis, feeling as though he had drunk 4 or 5 strong drinks. He had now been at the bottom of Bushman's Hole at 886 feet for just over 1 minute. 13 minutes after Shaw dove, Don Shirley got the go signal from Van Schaik. He then descended to his meeting point with Shaw at 725 feet. Approaching 500 feet, Don saw Dave's light about 400 feet below him, near the shot line. But the light wasn't moving. Don knew instantly that something had gone wrong. Dave was with Dion's body. His mission seemed to be going well, and he was about to bring the 20-year-old home to his parents. However, struggling to retrieve him for 6 minutes, he reached the time limit he had stated on his mission plan. He now had to return to the surface. However, he got tangled with the rope attached to Dion. This was the very line that Dave himself had placed to help find Dion. All of the equipment needed for the dive, mixed with an enclosed space and ropes, really was a recipe for disaster. A momentary lapse in his calm demeanor, along with the physical exertion, caused Dave's breathing to become more rapid. This led to the CO2 in his body to rise to dangerous levels. On the surface world, it would be something akin to hyperventilation, but to the point where consciousness was lost. And when that happens at such a depth and such a pressure, it is a very, very bad thing. By this time, over 20 minutes into the dive, Dave should have been ascending. However, only bubbles from venting gases in his rebreather and dry suit were visible. But there was no movement, only that one single still light. Don remained calm. He knew that emotion and panic had no place in these dark depths. And though Dave hadn't signaled for help, Don decided to go to the bottom. A motionless diver at 886 feet was not a good sign, but Shirley had to see if he could help him. Okay, here we go then, he said to himself. At about 800 feet, deeper than he had ever been, Shirley heard a large crack and then a thud. The controller on his left forearm had been crushed. Without it, he would now have to manually monitor and inject oxygen into his rebreather. This was a full-time task, an emergency routine at a life-threatening depth. Don now realized that if he went down to try and help Dave, he would surely join him in eternity. So instead, he decided to ascend. Don regained control of his rebreather and started up the shot line, flipping through alternate decompression profiles on his slates. He faced at least another 10 agonizing hours in the water, knowing his friend was lost below him. After just a few minutes, Dave's light was swallowed up by the darkness below. A heroic attempt to bring a young man home to his family had actually left another family one member short. One more diver claimed by Bushman's Hole. 3 days later, both Dave and Dion, still attached to the line, were raised to the surface. Their equipment was retrieved, including Dave's headcam, the footage of which you have been watching in this video. 51-year-old Dave Shaw and the remains of 20-year-old DeAndrea were finally retrieved. Dave's post-mortem confirmed that an excessive buildup of carbon dioxide caused his demise. He stopped breathing just 22 minutes into the dive. In Greenwich, a suburb of New South Wales, Australia, police knocked on the door of number 31 Greendale Street looking for the resident. Local kids called this house the creepy house on the corner. And honestly, I can see why, but they didn't know the half of it. The house had razor wire scattered around the perimeter. It also had homemade alarm systems made with strings and empty cans. In the backyard stood 3 old abandoned classic motorbikes, and this is a little weirder than it sounds too. Nobody had ever seen the owner of the house ever riding them. Outside the house were broken household appliances, old tyres and bags of rubbish. Much of it was overgrown with weeds and bushes. The interior of the house was filled with rubbish and personal belongings too. The hoarding within the property was so severe that it could be seen from above the window level from the outside. But the full extent of the house's contents would be revealed 15 years too late. So yeah, the creepy house on the corner moniker fitted pretty well. The man that lived there did have a name. He was 60-year-old Bruce Andrew Roberts. Bruce was known as kind of weird, but he wasn't a criminal, nor was he involved in illicit substances. He pretty much kept himself to himself. Bruce was born in September of 1956 to parents Athel and Joyce in Queena, Barabran. His childhood seemed good. He vacationed in New South Wales when he was a kid pretty regularly. Mother Joyce was from an affluent background, so money was never a concern for the family. He was said to be impressionable though, and his interests in motorcycles and weapons started pretty early. But that didn't make him a bad guy. At some point in his younger years, his parents split up and Bruce stayed with his mother. Some years later, Joyce's mother, Bruce's grandmother, would pass away. This inheritance allowed them to purchase the home at 31 Greendale Street, and there they lived until Mother Joyce sadly passed away in March of 1989, when Bruce was 33 years old. This meant that Bruce inherited $1 million in shares. He was able to buy 31 Greendale Street outright, and he never had to work again. Being set for life, mixed with the loss of his mother, seemed to be a bad mixture for Bruce. As the years passed, Bruce began to collect social security payments. and the condition of the house and the condition of Bruce began to decline. Neighbour Bob Mayer did have some interactions with Bruce. He said that when Bruce would be out in his back garden, he could be heard talking to himself quite vigorously. Bob also said that Bruce would send a Christmas card to him, his wife, and his dog, even though the dog had died years earlier. Pretty tragically, sending Christmas cards to neighbours and the occasional letter to a couple of family members and his sister was the only outside contact that he really had. Bruce was described as a bachelor, as childless, as a recluse. However, he would be seen going for one walk almost daily, which would be to the supermarket or pharmacy. On this walk, no matter the weather, he would be seen wearing the same brown coat. But in recent months though, neighbours thought that the man was becoming more paranoid. There was some kind of change in him, but nobody thought too much of it. And then they stopped seeing him altogether. Perhaps Bruce finally decided that the outside world just wasn't for him, or perhaps something really wasn't right. Those daily walks to the store wearing his brown coat seemed to stop. Bruce's neighbours finally realised they hadn't seen him for a little while. Well, for 8 long weeks. The last sighting was in mid-May of 2017, and then finally the police were alerted on Friday, July the 21st. Bruce would finally receive a welfare check at 12:45 PM. As we all know here, we shouldn't judge and everyone has a story. And before I go on, I promise you this story is not going the way that you think it is. There is pretty much no way you could guess what happened next inside that house. Police officers knocked on the door of 31 Greendale Street. They got no response. They knocked again, shouting to let Bruce know that they were there. Still, nothing. Silence settled over the house before authorities came to a decision. They would have to force entry. Bang, bang, bang. The double locks used to seal the house shut were torn from the doorframe. The front door flew open and revealed a scene almost impossible to imagine. The level of hoarding in the house far exceeded what was expected. From the floor to almost the ceiling of the home stood towering mounds of boxes, documents, bags, newspapers, luggage and trash. There was a walkway through the hoard that led them from the front door and through the living room. Photo albums found in the house didn't show any pictures of Bruce nor his family or friends. Instead, they were filled with pictures of motorbikes and firearms. But initially, it wasn't what they saw that caused them concern. It was what they could smell. This was a smell that the police and firefighters on scene knew all too well. It was the smell of death. But this time it was mixed with a burning hot stench. Something similar to meat that had been blasted on the barbecue for way too long. Pushing through the narrow pathway, they discovered the cause of the smell. Bruce Roberts was found slumped, half in the corridor and half in the room. His body lay draped over a 2-bar radiant heater. Sadly, Bruce's body was now badly charred. The moisture within the body stopped a fire from starting, a fire that would have very quickly ravaged the tightly packaged house. Bruce Roberts' right hand, shoulder and the right side of his face, his neck, chest, ribcage and internal organs had all been heavily affected by the heat. The body was heavily degraded, being in almost perfect conditions for decomposition. At 6:30 PM that same day, Bruce was removed from his beloved creepy house on the corner. However, this is just the start of the story. You've got to believe me. Honestly, it doesn't get any less tragic from here on out. In fact, it gets unbelievably worse. An investigation into the man's demise showed that in his final week, he visited the doctor. He had been having some issues with chest pains. Presumably, this was what led to his final moments, perhaps instantly keeling over and dropping down onto the heater. However, the state that he was discovered in meant that the coroner could never 100% confirm this. So the house then sat silently and unoccupied for the rest of the year. It took that long for his family to realise that he was no longer in the land of the living. As Christmas rolled around, Bruce's Uncle John and Auntie Norma didn't receive their normal festive letter, and after some probing, they discovered the fate of their nephew. As we know, Bruce had received a decent windfall from his mother and his home was paid off in full. The home, and indeed the land it was built on, had appreciated heavily in value over the years, and therefore the estate of over $600,000 was left to be split between his family and 2 charities. This meant that the mammoth task of clearing the hoard fell on those that Bruce left behind. David Alexander, his solicitor, put in motion a team of professional cleaners to take on the task. By May the 15th of 2018, the process was now underway, but disturbingly it revealed illegally owned firearms and a stockpile of ammunition. This was confiscated and destroyed by authorities. Australia has had pretty strict gun laws in place since 1996, a move that almost eliminated gun-related deaths from the nation. However, this discovery was nothing compared to what was found just a few days later. On May the 29th, 2018, the cleaners had worked their way through much of the house. They worked one room at a time, and now they hit bedroom 2. Just inside the room to the right of the door, there was a rug. It was rolled and folded on top of itself in a pile. Underneath this rug, with its back sat against a sofa, slumped to the left, was the dried and decayed body of a man. Police returned to the creepy house on the corner once more, and once more they had to determine what had happened to yet another body. The Sydney Forensic Medicine Department in Lidcombe began their investigation. Immediately obvious was that the left foot was detached from the ankle joint, but that was the least of their concern. It was clear that the man had suffered a blast from a shotgun, the location of which was above the collarbone with scattered pellets in the neck and chest. This was noted as the cause of the man's demise. Amazingly, as the body was described as completely mummified, identifying features such as fingerprints, tattoos, and of course DNA were all intact. Toxicology tests showed signs of illicit stimulants as well as ibuprofen in the body. As test results came back from the lab, so did the name of the mummified man. It was Shane John Snellman, a man that hadn't been seen by his family for 15.5 years. Looking into his history, it soon became clear that Snellman had a long history of criminal activity. The first major legal issue he faced was when he was just 15 years old. He was charged with the murder of a homeless man. However, he was later acquitted. Snellman had, though, served time for substance offences and property theft. In contrast, although generally accepted as a strange recluse, Bruce Roberts had zero criminal history. He wasn't known to use illicit substances, nor was he known to be friends or even acquaintances with the criminal underbelly of Greenwich. Snellman hadn't had the easiest of lives. When he was young, his parents divorced, and then things began to fall apart. He and his sister were placed in a convent school, and then shortly after, at age just 14, Snellman dropped out of the school and then fell into a troubled lifestyle. He had almost constant brushes with the law. Before, in his early 20s, he moved to the Central Coast. There, he lived with his sister and brother-in-law and found work in a slaughterhouse. By 1995, he met a woman and entered a serious relationship, and they moved from town to town over the coming years. In 1999, the relationship broke down. Snellman was now once again in and out of prison. This was mainly for theft and illicit substance-related incidents. And then in 2002, he was released from prison for what would be the final time. He was very much on hard times, his social and substance workers saying that he was very thin. They believed he was probably using stimulants and was stuck in that lifestyle once again. He received a disability payment every 2 weeks, and he was in the routine of withdrawing that money as soon as it hit his account. What he did with that money, we can only assume, perhaps unfairly. However, on the 23rd of October 2002, that money went into his account, but it never came out. His partner from 1995, with whom he was still in contact with, stopped hearing from him at this same time. She decided to contact the police and report him as missing. The case, though, could barely even get started. Snellman just vanished. Nothing more was seen or heard of him until Bruce Roberts' home was being cleared. So how did he get there? When did he draw his final breath? The coroner on the case, Deputy Derek Lee, unwound a tangled web that left 2 bodies 15 years and just 15 feet apart. He believed that Snellman broke into Bruce's home. The chances of him being invited would be very slim. Remember, Bruce was a recluse by choice. And no, I didn't mean that to rhyme. Snellman was no stranger to theft, and he had an active habit to fund. So once inside the home, an altercation must have occurred. Snellman was not to know that the home contained an air rifle, 3 shotguns, 6 bolt-action rifles, 3 self-loading rifles, ammo belts, and crates of ammunition. I think it's safe to assume if he knew those weapons were there, he'd probably have stayed out. The investigation showed that a shotgun was fired in the home, and that the projectile hit Snellman. He drew his final breath, and there he sat for 15 years. Bruce tried to cover up what had happened with a rug, a body entombed by boxes of belongings and trash, along with over 60 air fresheners. To me, it seems like Bruce just wanted to forget that this had ever happened. It's almost impossible to imagine sharing your home with a body for 15 years, but that is exactly what Bruce Roberts chose to do. Had he gone to the police there and then, who knows what would have happened? Instead, he chose to go within himself. It seems that Bruce became even more recluse, more paranoid, further from reality, and deeper into his own world. And then one day, his heart just stopped. And maybe he felt a moment of relief. His secret was either going to come out and lift that weight from his conscience, or he was no longer going to be around to face the consequences of what he had done all those years before, taking his secret to the grave. The fact is, we will never know. The role of a parent is one in which you will probably have to wear many caps. You'll be a provider, an educator, counsellor, an entertainer, and most importantly, a protector. The responsibility is huge. Humans are essentially helpless for a number of years, and during that time they rely solely on their parent or carer. And all a parent can do is love and care for them, trying to prepare them to move through the stages of their life, from childhood to adolescence and then out into the adult world. You can explain the highway code, you can teach them stranger danger, and you can make sure they know how to stay safe in their surroundings as they get older, being aware of what and who is around them and how to keep themselves safe. But not everyone learns in the same way, and the journey into independence is much more complex for some people. However, no matter how careful any parent is, in a blink of an eye, everything can change, and not always for the better. Today's case centers around a child who wasn't like the rest, a child with communicational difficulties, who presented his parents with a whole extra set of worries. For the parents of children on the spectrum, there can be a whole lot more to worry about in their world, and this indeed was the case for Aryan Arnold's family. Aryan's parents had to keep a very close eye on him as he was totally non-verbal. Without the ability to properly communicate his wants or needs, they instead had to anticipate them, and so it's safe to say the family had a very close bond with their boy. They knew him intently. On the evening of April 22nd, 2024, it only took 3 minutes for Aryan's parents to realise they had a big problem on their hands. They say statistically in Europe, a child goes missing every 2 minutes. And I'm sure that any parent who has ever momentarily lost their kid in a crowd will probably tell you how fast that could happen. They could be there one moment and then gone the next. But Aryan wasn't in a crowd. He was in the safety of his own home in Elm, Lower Saxony, Germany. Aryan was a happy child, and in spite of his non-verbal nature, he had a good relationship with the world around him. He had lots of interests, including dinosaurs, and he was still hitting many milestones. The 6-year-old had recently been allowed to play outside, but only staying close to the small cluster of houses in the municipality of Bremervord where he lived. Although Aryan wouldn't necessarily respond to his parents, he typically came in of his own accord once he had finished whatever had taken his interest, or simply when he was done playing. He was never truly alone though. His parents always kept a watchful eye on their son out of the window. They were mindful of the challenges of anyone Aryan's age, but they were also aware that they had to be extra vigilant with him. But that April evening in Elm, they could never have known just how dark of a nightmare a single moment of lapsed attention would bring. Aryan had a brand new trick, one that was clever but was also to have horrifying consequences. He really did enjoy being outside, and so, unable to communicate that verbally with his parents, unable to tell them that he wanted to go out and play, he had instead mastered the skill of opening locked doors, and this presented his parents with a new challenge, and it forced them to keep an even closer eye on their silent son. And that new trick is exactly what he did on April the 22nd. Unseen by either parent, he unlocked the front door and ran outside. One positive of this situation was that Aryan's parents realised within minutes what their son had done. But when he wasn't simply playing outside in the garden, panic immediately set in. His father, given the severity of the circumstances, called the police and explained the situation. The family's world collapsed in on itself in an instant. Time is genuinely of the essence whenever anyone goes missing, but especially someone of this age. The sooner they are reported, the more favourable the outcome, and with Aryan's lack of communication, and the nearby canola fields that led to the river and the woods, it was all the more crucial. The police chief took the matter seriously from the get-go, telling German tabloids the situation is dramatic. His main concern was that the boy was unable to articulate himself, and so would be unlikely to approach anyone for help. And to make matters all the worse, they knew that he would probably also not respond to his name being called, and this is typically the first thing anyone would do when searching for a missing person. Regardless of the challenges that his search and rescue efforts presented, his details were given to the community, and they would quickly show their unbelievable support for their neighbours. Everyone rallied around to help bring Aryan home. The official report revealed that Aryan had last been seen at 7:30 p.m. on Monday evening. The boy was shoeless, which I think just paints a sad picture, and he was wearing dragon-patterned sweatpants and an orange jumper with socks. The orange jumper made Aryan visible at least, and incredibly, footage captured by CCTV around the time he disappeared did show him in his orange jumper walking around the nearby streets. As he was spotted so close to where he vanished from, the initial search zone was focused on Elm itself, and the local authorities came out in full force. By this time, Aryan must have been scared. This case was unprecedented. Aryan's communication issues were a big concern, but the thing that was troubling everyone most of all was the fact that Saxony had been particularly cold at night that month. Temperatures plummeted after the sun set. Hypothermia was a very real risk. Despite the father's quick reactions and the authorities' best efforts, as dark approached, Aryan was still not found, and so everyone continued into the night. Searchers swept ditches in the dark. They checked hedges, barns, and every shed they could find, all in hopes of finding the shoeless little boy. The surrounding forest area was combed the following morning, with over 400 people now out and taking part in the search. An Army Tornado fighter jet soared in the sky above. Its job was taking thermal aerial pictures, and it was soon joined by a helicopter as well as an ominous sonar boat that was deployed in a nearby river. The response to this case was truly heartwarming, with everyone's hopes pinned on finding Aryan, hopes that relied on the kindness of others actively helping him, as he couldn't ask for help himself. With the number of volunteers growing, there was a possible breakthrough in the case. Fresh footprints were discovered, and there were also new sightings being reported. So, with a fresh hope, everyone rallied around as it felt like the end was finally in sight. However, all of these leads led to nothing. By Wednesday, the rescue efforts were incredible. Soldiers and firefighters combed the fields alongside the police with sniffer dogs, and alongside them were hundreds of volunteers. But even with over 600 pairs of boots on the ground and multiple drones dispatched overhead, Aryan was still somehow nowhere to be found. At this point, officials believed that the boy could have found somewhere to hide. There was a possibility that he had managed to stay out of the elements and to stay warm, hunkering down somewhere and staying safe. Locals were urged to check their personal CCTV cameras and to search any and all outbuildings, no matter how small or unlikely, all in the hope that he had indeed found a hiding place away from the potentially intimidating search efforts. It's easy to imagine that the whole thing would have been very frightening. The very people that were trying to help could have been forcing Aryan to hide from them. At this stage in the investigation, there was no real suspicion of foul play, so the search on the ground continued. The situation, although desperate, certainly provokes a discussion about compassion and community. This particular village did have a close-knit community, but Aryan's disappearance had a much further reach. This poor lost boy's story, along with the additional difficulties that his non-verbal traits added, touched the hearts of everyone that discovered it. The unique challenges of this case drove those involved in the search efforts to get creative. The 6-year-old was known to love balloons and, like any kid his age, was a fan of candies and sweets. So bright balloons were tied in strategic spots, along with some sweet treats. This was as well as bright and friendly posters. All of this to try and entice Aryan out from wherever it was that he was hiding. The imagery of the candy, the balloons and the posters against the stark surroundings. It's a powerful thing. It really drives home the reality of the contrast of a boy like Aryan out in the harsh wilderness. Those two things don't seem like they should ever be seen together. But all of this meant that hope was still very much alive for Aryan and his family. The large-scale search efforts widened further, and with more fresh footprints being found, it quietened the anxiety that the boy may have succumbed to the elements. The weather now seemed to be worse than ever, and it was these heart conditions that also thwarted the sniffer dog's capabilities. The wet, marshy areas surrounding the river and the woods proved too much for their skills. 1 week on, the search team totaled somewhere around 1,200 members, all of them working tirelessly around the clock. Worryingly though, the weather took another dive. Nighttime temperatures had started to hit below freezing, and the situation was now declared critical by firefighters. It was around this time that divers became involved in combing the river. We can only imagine how gut-wrenching this must have been for the anxious parents. As the weeks went by, hope withered away, and finally the thought of Aryan coming home safely seemed impossible. It must have been agonizing for his family to go from the response of the entire village, from having more than 1,000 people out looking for your son, aided by a thermal imaging fighter jet, understanding your concerns, understanding his needs, adapting and using balloons creatively to guide your boy back to you, to go from an unprecedented search effort to watch the numbers dwindle away in front of your eyes as the painful realization that he might not be coming back starts to settle in. 2 months later, the balloons had broken free or sunk to the ground. They were tattered by the icy, harsh winds. The candy lay ruined by the wet and exposure to the elements. And so too were the hopes that Aryan would be okay. A body was recovered just 2 miles from his home. A local farmer spotted something suspicious, and it was quickly confirmed that it was indeed Aryan. From heartwarming to sheer tragedy, a testament to humanity, kindness and understanding, and a stark reminder of just how cruel reality can be. Love is a big emotion. It drives many urges and fuels us to do things we may not normally do. It has the power to mend or break hearts, and in many ways it can push us to our limits. It is unsurprising then that we often encounter impulsive crimes of passion between couples. This is a story of unrequited love and humiliation that seemingly pushed a man to the edge. This polarizing case, however, mixes love with entertainment, a combination that would prove to be deadly.
Now, which of these ways would you choose to reveal your secret crush on someone? A, would you write that person a letter? B, would you tell the person in private in case he rejects you? Or C, would you tell that person that you're gay and you hope he is on national television?
On January the 26th, 1963, Scott Amajor was born in Pittsburgh, Minnesota to Frank and Patricia. The family moved to Michigan, and unfortunately, shortly after this, Frank and Patricia separated. This left the kids to be raised alone by their truck-driving father. One of the boys, named Scott, was a high school dropout. He left to join the army early on. There he served 3 years, making it to the rank of specialist, before returning to Michigan following an honorable discharge. As he grew, Scott lived a quiet life, but was described to be a social butterfly by everyone around him. His chatty nature served him well. He found himself in a telesales role, and he worked that job for a short period following his time in the forces. However, he would later take a bartending position at Club Flamingo in Pontiac, a job that suited him and his social nature down to the ground. Scott, now 34 years old, was proudly gay, and Club Flamingo was a gay bar. Remember, we are talking about the early 90s here, so attitudes towards him were different than the modern day. The decades preceding the early 90s and the height of HIV and AIDS awareness meant that perceptions of the LGBTQ+ community were far different than what we see in society now. At a time when the world held very judgmental views, Scott seemed to be one of the lucky few who had a family that loved him and supported him regardless. As well as them, he had plenty of friends too. Scott became good friends with a woman named Donna Riley. She lived in the same apartment complex as his brother, who he would visit regularly. On one of these visits, he would encounter 24-year-old Jonathan Schmitz. He was a close friend of Donna's too, and he was working on her car. Scott struck up a casual conversation, and through their mutual friend Donna, the three would begin to occasionally hang out. However, it would soon become apparent that Scott was interested in more than just friendship from the 24-year-old. But to try and understand what happens next, we need to go back in time 3 or 4 months and take a look at a national TV show that would light a fire that just couldn't be put out. The show was one of Scott's favourite talk shows, to be exact. The Jenny Jones Show followed the typical format of the myriad of chat shows that rose to popularity in the early 90s. They were cheap and easy to pump out, a rinse and repeat type show that made a producer rub their hands in glee as they watched their ratings soar. Think the Jerry Springer Show, but less fake. And nothing boosted viewers like Scandals and Secrets. The juicier and more controversial, the better. And the ratings would have certainly soared the day that Scott, Donna and Jonathan appeared as Jenny Jones guests for some jaw-dropping revelations. Only the episode shot on the 6th of March 1991 in front of a live studio audience would never make it to air, and for good reason. The pre-taped broadcast became the catalyst that led one of them to do the unthinkable. Jonathan asked to participate in an episode where his crush would be revealed, although in a twist he was told it could be a man or a woman. However, later paperwork evidence would reveal that he was coerced into believing the latter. He identified as straight and expressed a lack of interest if there was a man involved. However, this episode of Jenny Jones was entitled Same-Sex Crushes, so that should have been a pretty strong clue as to what could have been happening on the chat show stage. Any televised crush revelation from a friend you had no interest in could and probably would lead to embarrassment, regardless of the genders involved. So Scott's decision to apply to be on the show was an intriguing one. In the back of his mind, the ex-army specialist must have known it might make things uncomfortable. At certain times, we all take chances, but no one could have predicted just how quickly things would escalate. In the episode footage that would later be shown in court, Jonathan waited backstage to meet his crush. He was hoping it was his ex-girlfriend wanting him back in her life. Instead, on stage, Scott admits his attraction for the guy waiting backstage, describing his first encounter with Jonathan's lower half beneath Donna's car. When he is asked about Jonathan's orientation, he replies that,
"No.
Anything's possible."
Okay, you think about you have fantasies about him?
I've had a couple, yeah.
Yeah, you had when he was under the car, you had a fantasy about him.
Yeah, something to do with like brake oil, line snapping, and...
Tell us about, you have another one that involved, you were in a hammock or something? Tell us about that fantasy.
He then went on to share a detailed fantasy that he wanted to try. One that included a hammock, champagne, and whipped cream.
It really is. Get the headphones off of John and let's have John come out here and see who has the crush on him. Here's John.
When Jonathan finally made his appearance and sees his friends, he notably slows, but he does paste a large smile onto his face. Knowing what we know now, this was probably just for the audience and the cameras. He must have been confused and maybe a little irritated because, as we would later learn, he had actually asked the pair if they knew anything about the show when he had initially been invited by the production. 24-year-old Jonathan appears to take things well, on the surface at least. He kisses Donna and offers Scott to shake his hand, but Scott quickly pulls him in for a hug that Jonathan notably tries not to participate in. He takes a seat next to Scott, with his smile still masking his obvious discomfort. The host tries to stretch out the suspense by asking him if he thinks Donna could be his crush.
Did you think Donna had the crush on you?
Did I? No, we're good friends.
Jonathan, sensing the situation, disagrees. She moves quickly on to reveal it was actually Scott who wanted the relationship.
Well, guess what? It's Scott that has the crush on you.
You lied to me.
To which Jonathan says, "You lied to me." Possibly this was to his friends, or perhaps it was to the production team who had led him to believe he was meeting a female love interest. Jonathan had told the team he had no interest in being involved in the show if the crush turned out to be male, and yet here he was with hundreds of onlookers. There was deception here, and it could definitely be seen as frustrating or even humiliating due to the public setting, but this is no excuse for how the story ends. Jonathan doesn't seem too perplexed as he tactfully reaffirms his disinterest in a relationship with Scott. He insists that whilst it is flattering, he himself is straight and only attracted to women. Scott too handles rejection well, and the segment doesn't really have much more to it. After the show, the three of them reportedly hung out in Chicago, and with this water seemingly under the bridge, Jonathan even suggested they all fly home together. Back in Michigan, they all went out partying in a bar, and there appeared to be no bad blood. But 3 days after taping, on March the 9th, 1995, Jonathan returned home from work to a very suggestive note and a gift outside his door. This note, he said, sent him into what he described as gay panic. The note seemingly caused such a reaction within Jonathan that he withdrew cash, purchased a 12-gauge shotgun, and then drove to Scott's trailer. Jonathan initially knocked on the door unarmed to confront Scott. Scott had company, a friend named Gary at the time, but he invited him in. Jonathan, though, was undeterred by Gary's presence, and he asked whether it was Scott that had left the note. Scott confirmed it was, and Jonathan went outside to turn off his engine. As he left for his car, he closed the front door behind him. When he knocked the second time, he faced Scott with a loaded weapon. Scott yelled to his friend Gary for help. and Gary valiantly picked up the only thing to hand, a wicker chair. But before he could help, Scott was hit twice in the chest, the trigger pulled by his crush. This act would end Scott's time on this earth. According to Gary, Jonathan then left immediately. Gary went on to quickly call emergency services. Gary then dialed 911. In a moment of rationality that immediately followed, 24-year-old Jonathan also dialed 911 himself.
Okay, calm down, okay? Okay, why did you do that?
And appeared in court a year later. During the trial, his mental state was questioned heavily. They needed to determine whether the event was premeditated. The prosecution insisted that the purchasing, construction, loading and driving over to Scott's house was proof enough. The defense argued that he suffered temporary insanity due to gay panic, and this was a result of the revelation shared on a talk show, brought back by the Note. They also leaned heavily on a bipolar diagnosis and a tough childhood that had seen him punished for tiny things, leaving him with mental fragility that they claimed led to his extreme actions. The premeditation was initially stated by Jonathan himself at the police station during interview, but the recordings were deemed inadmissible in court. This was because his Miranda rights hadn't been delivered correctly. Jonathan was then sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison for his actions. He did appeal this decision, but it was overturned. Scott's family, disgusted with the show's actions, went after Warner Brothers in court. They blamed the Jenny Jones production for pushing Jonathan to the very edge. During the trial, they tried to prove that the show intended to humiliate the pair for ratings, but Warner, despite admitting it was morally grey at times, insisted that they were neither legally nor financially responsible for Scott's passing. However, the jury that day, after seeing the unaired episode for themselves, believed that the Jenny Jones show had played a huge part. Warner was ordered to pay a huge settlement. The payout was to be more than $20 million. However, the ruling was eventually overturned. The family never saw a penny. Jonathan Schmitz was released on bail in August of 2017. He was released early on good behavior. Larry Eli Mario Moncada lived in Iowa, and more precisely in a small city called Council Bluffs in the southwest of the state. The 25-year-old worked at the No Frills supermarket, a supermarket chain that was just off the highway. He shared a house with his parents, Anna and Victor, trying to use his supermarket shifts to save up enough money to get his own place. He had been working there for 5 years, slowly collecting his wages so that he can make his future dreams come true, chipping away at that big dream that pretty much all of us have. Larry hadn't always been able to call Iowa home though. At some point in his recent years, Larry had previously been deported to Honduras. That is, before eventually making his way back to the United States. And there he was trying to start his life again when he began working at No Frills. The process to get back to Iowa was slow. The fear that he may not make it back at all to the place that he called home weighed heavily on Larry whilst he was away. So too did the memory of the armed immigration officers arresting him, sending him far away from his family, him not knowing if he'd ever be able to see them again. Larry struggled with his mental health when he did come back to the States, sometimes acting out of character compared to how his parents remembered him. I'm not diagnosing anyone with anything, I am just a YouTuber. But it isn't a stretch of the imagination that he could have been suffering from PTSD or CPTSD after an event like this. Larry and his family knew that something wasn't right. He really did need help. And that is exactly what he got. Larry hoped that taking medication would help him adjust to his life in the United States once again. But his parents could see that the very medication that Larry was taking, the very substances that were meant to help, instead had a big impact on his day-to-day life. The change back from Honduras was bigger than Larry remembered. He now felt like he could never completely relax, that at any moment he was unsure who would knock at the door, who would threaten to take him away once again. One of the few places that Larry did feel safe was a hiding spot at work. It was in the back room behind the freezers of the store. He was out of sight there. No one could find him. So Larry would often sit there when he couldn't get thoughts of his immigration officers out of his head, when he thought back to how roughly he was dragged out from his home, and that long difficult journey to Honduras and back, totally alone. Other colleagues would spend time in that hiding spot too. It was a place where they could avoid customers, break up the repetition of the day-to-day drag, even if just for a little while. I don't think any of us can blame them. But even with these little breaks, Larry was starting to struggle more and more. It felt as though between his mental health issues, combined with memories of the past that seemed to be haunting him like a ghost, he could never find a place where he was truly at peace. And to make things even worse, Larry started to have hallucinations, believing that someone was following him, a terrifying reality to find yourself trapped in. Then one day in 2009, around Thanksgiving, soon after these hallucinations started, Mother Anna saw Larry acting incredibly disorientated at home. He was saying things that didn't fully make sense. Larry kept repeating that his heart was beating too hard, and he thought that if he ate sugar, it would somehow slow it down. His mother tried to hold his hand to encourage him that he was safe, to remind him that he was home, but Larry pulled away. Before Anna could stop him, he'd opened the front door and walked out of the family house. To make matters even worse, a snowstorm was gathering pace outside. The conditions were growing colder and colder, but Larry ran straight out into it. His parents tried to run after him, but the storm seemed to have swallowed Larry whole. The clumps of snow falling became bigger and bigger, the wind howling around them. The dark and treacherous conditions meant that they couldn't see Larry anywhere. Their son was gone. Now obviously extremely concerned, they went back inside, almost unable to pull shut the door because of the strength of the storm outside. They called a friend to help them and they headed out to search once again. The three of them braved the cold, calling Larry's name over and over again. His parents kept assuming that he'd be back soon, and these feelings were backed by fact. When Larry left the house, he was without shoes, socks, keys, or a car. All he had on was a navy blue hoodie and trousers. Surely he can't have gone far, they assured one another. But as the night went on and they heard nothing from their son, they began to worry even more deeply. It was highly unusual for their son to disappear like this. His parents started to question whether he'd been found by immigration forces once again. It was very possible that he'd been picked up by the police for his strange behaviour, and then running his details led to immigration becoming involved once again. But this was made less likely by the fact that he had a legal right to be in the US. They'd all fought so hard to make sure that this was the case, to stop history repeating itself. Concerned, his parents decided to call the police, and then officers started to comb the area. Authorities called detention centers and the US Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, or ICE, trying anywhere they thought there might be clues of where Larry could be. However, all the calls came back with the same answer. Nobody had seen Larry. He'd vanished into thin air. Mother Anna cried when the police told her. She couldn't believe that evening may be the last time she saw her son. It just couldn't be. Determined, she kept ringing around family members asking the same question. Is Larry with you? Everybody said no. Trying to find any way to bring her son home, Anna posted flyers all around the city, and although she hadn't wanted to because it made it all too real, the mother titled them Missing Man, adding a photo of Larry at his graduation, smiling underneath. In the photo, he was wearing a blue gown and cap, proudly holding his degree certificate. The blue was almost the same as the clothes that he disappeared in. Anna found it hard to look at the photo. It took her back to a window of time where her son had been truly happy. Days passed, and then weeks. The police declared Larry officially missing. Parents Anna and Victor waited for news, still regularly searching the neighborhoods themselves whenever they could. They'd take routes that Larry liked to walk when he lived there, retracing his footsteps over and over again to see if there was any sign of him now appearing. All they wanted was to hear Larry call hello when he got home, just like he used to at the end of one of his shifts. As the weeks turned into months, the family began to give up hope. No one could seem to answer the question, where was Larry? And then years passed. Anna and Victor tried to get used to day-to-day life without their son, something that was almost impossible. Everything reminded them of him. They stopped taking the exit on the highway to get home, taking a longer route instead, so that they would no longer have to see the no-frills supermarket. It was too painful a reminder of their son. Little did they know, every time they had driven past the supermarket, they would have been much closer than they realized to finally getting answers. An entire decade passed before Anna and Victor heard a knock on the door. They listened carefully, nervously, as the police shared with them some new information. They had finally found Larry. For a moment, the family felt hope, but these hopes were soon dashed in the worst possible way. What police had found was only remains, but it was the location where they were discovered that was the hardest thing to believe. These loving parents would never see their son alive again. The no-frills supermarket had closed down during the time that Larry was missing, the place where his parents couldn't face driving past because it reminded them too deeply of their beloved son. But the pain that Anna and Victor felt at the sight of the shop gained new meaning. Remember, Larry worked there, and it was also the place where for some reason he felt safest. Safe in his secret hiding place behind the scenes of shelves and freezers. On that night that Larry went missing, heading out into the snowstorm, it was a safe space that Larry was heading for, perhaps trying to quieten his mind. The events that followed are not completely known, but 10 years later, Larry was discovered in the very same place. There was an 18-inch gap behind a freezer in the wall, and somehow Larry must have fallen through. Police told the family that Larry's body was only found when contractors came to remove fittings and tear apart the freezer unit, all as a part of shutting down the supermarket. Although it had been closed for more than 3 years, management had only finally got around to taking the final steps needed to officially wind down operations. The family questioned, why was he even there? He didn't have a shift that evening. Police could only shrug. Former employees said it was quite common for people to come and go from the store. Larry coming in wouldn't have signaled anything unusual. At first, when the police were notified, they didn't recognize the body as being Larry. It was in too bad of a state to make a visual identification. But then one of the sergeants, Brandon Danielson, remembered the missing person case from all those years ago, and he wondered that just maybe this could be the same person, especially as the clothes appeared to be the same as those that Larry's parents had described him as wearing when they reported him missing. And of course, Larry did work at the store, and he was well known for hiding out behind the freezers. Father Victor gave his DNA so that the police could confirm whether the remains were Larry's. And the test finally officially confirmed what everyone had feared. The body was Larry. At least though, the family did have an answer. Nothing indicated that Larry was pushed into the gap, and because the freezers were so loud, and no one would have heard him crying out for help, if he was indeed conscious when or after he fell into the gap. How any smells would have been missed, it's hard to say. Although some customers did give an insight on Facebook. When Anna and Victor buried their son, the only comfort they could take was that his grave was in Iowa, that even though he wasn't physically with them, he was still close by, and nobody would ever be able to take him away again. On April the 5th, 1988, the sun was shining in North Carolina over the Franklin County Parachute Center. Ivan McGuire arrived at the center early. He was feeling excited and ready for a day of supervising nervous student skydivers. Some of them would be jumping for the very first time. Ivan had been skydiving a long time, and although he was only 35, he was now considered a veteran. He was a familiar face at the center too, the place where Ivan was planning to transition into the next phase of his dream career. That was becoming a skydiver photographer. And although Ivan had completed more than 800 jumps, he still remembered the feeling of his first skydive all too well. Seeing the blueness of the sky so closely, being amongst the icy cold clouds, looking down on thousands of people living their lives, gaining a new sobering perspective on existence. the almost overwhelming nerves of stepping out of a small plane, hearing only the buzzing roar of the engine and the almost deafening blast of the wind as the door opened, inching to the open door, hanging your legs over the edge, and then in a moment that denies all logic from your normal life, you jump. That first moment of freefall, the sickening acceleration as you reach terminal velocity, and then the bizarre feeling of suspension, almost separated from time and space, strangely relaxing as it is exhilarating, before being yanked back to reality after pulling the cord of the parachute, as the fast rippling of taut fabric instantly slows your fall to earth, and then things become more calm, the gentle float mixed with G-force, before your feet make contact with solid ground once more, returning to earth as the adrenaline slowly works through your system. Ivan was excited to share this feeling with his students. For many people, it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and that's why he liked to capture it on photos and video. Ivan checked in at the centre and greeted his first student of the day. Another instructor was with them too, and together the three of them pulled on coveralls before heading out to the airfield. Even though it was only April, the ground beneath them was already dry and was starting to be scorched by the sun that would intensify as the weather transitioned to summer. Ivan put on the bulky camera equipment that was spread between handheld elements, as well as a large pack that would be worn on the torso. And so he got to work. The plane Ivan and the jumpers got into was tiny. They were elbow to elbow as they sat together for takeoff. Ivan looked over at the student who was shaking. "Don't worry," Ivan comforted them, his voice barely audible against the noise of the engine. "When you're out there, you'll forget all about this part. You'll just remember feeling weightless, gliding. There's nothing like it. Even 800 jumps later, I still love it." The student nodded, slightly assured. The plane had climbed, circling its way high into the sky. It was now time to jump. They all stood stooped together in the small door of the plane, looking out at the clear sky that surrounded them. The instructor and Ivan looked at the student. "Let's go through this one more time." And the student looked grateful. "Ripcord here." The instructor pointed to it. "We'll pull this just after you jump. And if you get stuck, then remember I'm right with you and can open it for you. So don't panic." Ivan agreed and smiled reassuringly. "The parachute will bring you gently down to earth, but remember to bend your knees as you get closer. First few seconds are scary, but after that, you won't ever want to land." The student nodded again. Ivan climbed to the outside of the plane, hanging on tightly until the student was about to jump. "Ready?" the instructor asked, which was Ivan's cue to let go, quickly hurtling towards the ground, away from the plane. And then, after some deep breaths from the student, they jumped too. The jump was captured by Ivan on camera from below, an incredible moment immortalized on video for the student. As he sailed through the sky, Ivan smiled. It really never did get old. As soon as they landed, Ivan had to head almost immediately back up into the air, but this time with a different student. He repeated his advice. He squeezed their hand as it started to shake, and again he recorded their flight back down to Earth, knowing he was capturing something that would never be forgotten by his students. He felt exhilarated that his career was taking him in this dream direction. But this job used a lot of adrenaline, and it required a lot of mental focus. So understandably, Ivan was getting tired by the time he got to his third student. Ivan had 2 successful jumps that morning, capturing the students' jumps in glorious VHS, and then he prepared for the third. The magic of jumping hadn't worn off yet, but he could tell his energy was lower. Despite all of his experience, his body still always had the same adrenaline rush whenever he'd start free-falling. Still, as he ascended once more into the sky for the third time, he gazed over the clouds. Just as he had with the other students, he felt the same resurgence of gratefulness he often got in these quiet moments, that his days could be spent seeing the earth from another angle. He couldn't believe he'd already done 800 jumps by now. and he was excited for another 800 more to come, and to see the other people he could meet along the way. He thought of all the photos he'd taken that were likely lining people's mantelpieces, of the videos played on TVs in living rooms with families huddled round, of the way he'd managed to capture those perfect moments as people plummeted. He turned to the student, encouraging them through the process as he had with the others that day. Ivan wanted every student to feel that they were special, whether they were the first, second, third, or beyond. The instructor checked the students' straps and then asked them, "Ready?" The student looked at the instructor and then at Ivan. The three of them crouched in the plane. The door slid open and the wind howled through their ears. "It'll be okay," Ivan mouthed. The student smiled hesitantly. "I'll be right there with you," the instructor promised. "Me too," Ivan added. "Nothing can go wrong. We've both done this so many times. I know it's difficult, but if you can, focus on enjoying the moment." The student nodded and breathed deeply. "Okay," they smiled. "I'll try." The instructor and the student stood at the edge of the plane, looking over the open sky spreading out before them, the ground thousands of feet below. "Ready?" the instructor asked, and then both the student and Ivan gave a thumbs up. Ivan could tell the student was still tentative, but he hoped that as soon as they felt that reassuring tug of the parachute catching the air, breaking their fall and bringing them safety, they'd be able to relax a little more. Ivan once more exited the plane but hung on to the outside. He was waiting for his signal to jump to capture one more person's dream being realized. And then Ivan jumped, quickly followed by the student and the professional. The extreme sports cameraman felt the heaviness of his rucksack on his back. Carrying the weight from his parachute and camera equipment felt normal after all these jumps. Ivan had the camera rolling before he'd even left the plane, recording the entire thing. Muscle memory kicked in and he focused on the student as much as possible. The blast of air resistance loudly wrapping around him. It acted as a reminder that he would soon have to pull his own ripcord. After just 5 seconds, Ivan hit terminal velocity, a pretty horrifying speed of 120 miles an hour. The ground was approaching fast. Ivan watched from below as the students and the instructor pulled their ripcord. They slowed suddenly and would now begin their safe gliding descent down to the ground. This was Ivan's cue to deploy his parachute to slow his downwards journey too. Doing this would mean he could get closer to the tandem jumper to get more good footage, before then eventually landing and meeting up to debrief on this bucket list experience. So, Ivan reached for his ripcord, positioned on the front of the shoulder strap of his pack, and this would release his chute. He didn't initially feel what he was looking for, but it was possible for it to be blown flat against his torso, or perhaps it had slipped from its pocket. However, neither of these things were the case. Ivan quickly realized that the ripcord wasn't there at all. As he reached behind him to his backpack for his chute, his hand only fumbled against the hardness of his camera equipment. That wasn't his parachute. He grasped to his right instead. Perhaps it had gotten slightly twisted and caught up. The air was still screeching around him, reaching to his left. Not there. Still, he could only feel the bulk of his camera equipment. He checked the right again, and that's when Ivan realized a nightmare had become his reality. He never put his parachute on again after the second jump. The weight of the parachute that he thought he felt wasn't his parachute at all. It was his camera gear, and camera gear only. "Oh my God, no," he screamed, but only the air and his camera could hear him. He knew at the speed he was traveling, he'd only have about another 60 seconds until he reached the ground. Tried to imagine for a moment being 35 years old, knowing you had just 1 minute of life remaining. Ivan realized the film that he was taking for the student would instead show his own final moments. We can see the moment of panic when Ivan reaches to grab his pack, and then realize this is it. All his hopes, dreams, plans for the future, all of them snuffed out before he even hit the ground. But was there anything he could do to save himself, or did he just have to wait for the inevitable? The earth was drawing into sharper focus. Ivan could see the buildings of the airfield where only that morning he'd arrived, with no idea what was to come later that day. This was to be his final view. He went to check one more time if he'd bought his parachute. Surely this could not be his reality, but still, nothing. How could he have done this after all these years, after all these jumps? Ivan's breath grew heavier and sharper, naturally tensing, preparing to protect itself from the imminent danger. And then, after what must have felt like hours, not minutes, the grim inevitability happened. The impact into solid ground measured over 100 miles per hour, and then there was silence. When the student landed with their instructor, they looked over to find Ivan. "I did it," the student beamed, still shaky from the adrenaline. They couldn't wait to thank Ivan for helping them trust themselves, taking that first step into the nothingness of the sky. But where was he? They couldn't see Ivan anywhere. At one point, he'd been right next to them in the sky. The student wondered if perhaps they'd been mistaken, if actually Ivan didn't jump with them too. That moment before they leapt from the plane was hectic, so maybe he was just mistaken. They looked to their instructor, but he looked equally confused, and together they looked up at the sky, as if the sky itself could provide answers to their questions. But nothing. Nor could they see the brightness of Ivan's parachute canopy anywhere near them. The instructor was used to Ivan landing close by. This was so he could continue to film the relief of the student's face as they felt the ground beneath their feet. Later they could replay it, and it might even give them the confidence to jump again. And then someone from the flying school started running towards them. A cold realization dawned over the pair. Something must have happened to Ivan. The person was screaming, over 1.5 miles away from the airfield, the place where this adventure had just started. Ivan's body had now been found. Ivan's demise didn't seem to make sense. He'd done so many jumps that he was considered a pro. How could he have forgotten something as fundamental as his parachute? The wife of the parachute center owner, Nancy Fayard, said in an interview, no one was aware that he got into the plane without a parachute. Of course no one knew, or they would have stopped him. An investigation was launched by the Federal Aviation Administration into the accident to try and find answers. Ivan doing this on purpose was almost immediately ruled out. Everyone who was close to Ivan knew it was something that he'd never even consider. After all, he'd been so excited at the prospect of launching the next phase of his career as a skydiving photographer. One of the inspectors from the administration, Walter Rigsby, questioned the plane's pilot, Mark Luhman. Mark had flown Ivan that day, and under the Federal Aviation Regulations, one of the clauses, 105, states that the pilot must check that any parachutist has all of their equipment before they jump. So had Mark checked Ivan. They soon realized, however, that Ivan's camera equipment and bag that he placed it in looked pretty much exactly the same as the one that he took his parachute in. And Ivan was so experienced after all. With the bag on his back, everyone, including the pilot, had assumed that it must have just been his parachute. It seemed that no matter how many jumps Ivan had completed, he hadn't been able to overcome a trait that all humans can succumb to. Simply being tired. 71-year-old Bernard Gore from Tasmania, known to his close friends as Butch, led an active life with his wife of 50 years, Angela. The retiree worked for many years as a bread delivery man and a barber. He would still give pro bono haircuts to his friend and family despite his advancing years. The elderly couple regularly visited the mainland to stay with their daughter Melinda in Wallara, and this was exactly what they decided to do to celebrate Christmas and New Year. The couple's stays in Wallara had become so regular that the two had developed a nice routine of having lunch in the food court of the local Westfield Bondi Junction shopping mall in Sydney. The food court had plenty of options and lots to enjoy. After the family had enjoyed Christmas and New Year together on January the 6th, 2017, Bernard and his wife left their daughter's apartment to go shopping at the Westfield Mall. They had lunch plans in mind like the pair had done on countless other occasions. Westfield Bondi Junction is a huge mall with over 300 stores spread over 6 floors. It's estimated that 20 million visitors pass in and out of it every year. However, the couple only ever frequented Zone A. They always used the same entrance, and they always took the same direct route from their daughters to the mall. Angela would often go shopping elsewhere, but the two would always meet in Westfield. This was because no matter what they wanted to eat, it pretty much had it on offer. That particular fateful morning, however, Angela had her heart set on shopping in the Westfield Junction itself, making everything a little easier to arrange. The family awoke early to rain and had a lazy morning watching television, before, luckily, the sun decided to make an appearance. The two originally planned to set off together, split and regroup, but with the rain slowing down their morning routine, and Bernard feeling a little impatient, they decided that he would leave first and then she would follow. Angela bid her husband goodbye, knowing that she would leave soon and join him shortly enough. They planned to meet and then eat at 1:15 p.m. outside of Woolworths. Then they would pick up a few groceries before heading back to their daughter's home. The walk to and from the mall was one they had taken many times before. There was no real cause for concern. This was just an ordinary, enjoyable day. On these trips, Bernard often accompanied his wife, but rarely went into any stores when they went to Westfield. He instead preferred to window shop. When Angela finally left about 20 minutes later, she was in good spirits. She was eager for a little retail therapy after the rain had spoiled their morning. There was probably some bargains to be had in the New Year sales. But little did Angela know, her husband would not be waiting outside Woolworths. Today, the routine would fall apart in the worst way imaginable. She quickly flew around the stores without a care in the world, buying a few bits and pieces here and there, and as 1:15 approached, she decided to head towards the food court to find Bernard. Arriving ever so slightly early, Angela was unfazed to find that Bernard wasn't already there, so she sat in their normal spot and waited for him to join her. Minutes passed slowly and Angela saw no sight of Bernard, but she knew that her husband often window shopped on his way, perhaps wandering and meandering, so she guessed that that's exactly what he was doing today. After a quarter of an hour passed, Angela decided to give Bernard a call. However, there was no answer. Once again, this didn't really set off any alarm bells. Bernard didn't always answer his phone. This wasn't out of character, and so rather than panicking at that moment in time, Angela was simply frustrated with her husband of 50 years. She did what most of us would probably do. She sat waiting, inventing a few scenarios in her head, assuming that Bernard had just been sidetracked by something in a shop window. Maybe some dark possibilities do pop into our heads, but we can normally bat them out of the way fast enough, convincing ourselves everything is okay. Whilst waiting, Angela called his mobile a few more times, but to no avail. And then, feeling slightly irked, she decided to go and look for him herself. Angela made sure to keep the food court in view as she did the round of the nearby stores that her husband liked, keeping an eye on their usual spot in case he arrived while she wasn't there. Angela started to become frustrated. She was almost ready to up and leave. Before that is, her thoughts began to turn to a previous instance. Although a diagnosis was up in the air, the family had recently begun to suspect that Bernard was showing signs of early-stage dementia. This was reported by doctors as something called mild cognitive impairment. Bernard had been forgetting small things here and there, and so there were clues that he might not be as sharp as he once was. The family had previously had to report him missing in Hobart, and there had been 1 or 2 occasions where locals had seen him sitting on benches, seeming a little lost or confused. His kids had even bought him a smartwatch, This was purely because it had GPS tracking. They loved their dad. They were concerned for him. The thought of him going walkabout again frightened them. However, frustratingly, the watch was broken, so as a backup, Melinda made him a card to carry. It had her name, address, and contact numbers. This was just a precaution on the off chance that something similar could happen again. With these events entering her mind, Angela's initial frustrations turned to concern for his whereabouts. Those darker thoughts started pushing their way back in. She called her daughter Melinda, and she confirmed her father hadn't returned since he had left the apartment before as planned. That was when Angela's concerns became full-on fear. Acting logically and rationally based on previous experience, she remained calm. She knew that her husband had eventually made his way back in similar circumstances, so she decided to stay put for a little longer, trusting he would make it to the food court or back to his daughter's place at some point in the near future. But sadly, Bernard would not show up at either location, and he wouldn't be seen again for 3 weeks. Angela took their usual route back from the mall to Melinda's. She hoped that she would bump into Bernard along the way. Perhaps he had just been sidetracked somehow, perhaps stopped to talk to someone, or maybe ventured into a shop. There was a chance he was sat somewhere slightly lost once again, much like he had been the time before in Hobart. Angela walked and frantically looked for him. She clung to these little possibilities to help keep her negative thoughts at bay. But Bernard was nowhere to be seen en route, and worryingly, she wasn't at Melinda's place when she arrived home at around 2 p.m. Still, he had always made it back before. Even if he was confused, logically, they thought he would make it back to Melinda's. Whether he was to do this off his own back, or whether it would be through someone lending him a helping hand, maybe finding the card that the two had made with her details on it. So the mother and daughter waited. They waited as the family took turns searching between the apartment and the shopping mall. A total of 6 hours went by before the sun set and darkness came. This prompted them to report him as a missing person to the authorities. Police were notified at 7:59 p.m. They quickly broadcast a description of the man over nearby police radios at around 8:50 p.m. Melinda also returned to the mall to report the incident to security at 9:30 p.m. She explained how her parents were supposed to meet for lunch, but that her father hadn't arrived, and she gave them the same description. Only then could the family attempt to rest, hoping that the police or the mall would bring good news in the following hours. But the New South Wales police would have no news for the Gore family for the next 21 days. With a diagnosis of cognitive impairment and his disappearance in Hobart on record, the police sprang into action and began their search at the proposed rendezvous site, the Westfield Food Court. They also enlisted the mall security team to go through the copious amounts of camera footage. But this was the first major hurdle where it would seem efforts to locate Bernard fell short. Being such a large mall, there were hundreds of cameras with different angles to review. The police believed it was best to keep their officers' boots on the ground. That meant they could proactively continue the manhunt. Scrubbing through the CCTV was down to the mall security. Time was passing quickly and Bernard was considered vulnerable. The Westfield security team logically began by looking at entrances and exits, as well as areas surrounding Woolworths and the food court itself. Police officers reviewed some of this footage, the cameras which covered entrances and exits surrounding Woolworths. But were they doing a thorough enough job? Only time could give us that answer. The mall was vast. This meant that the security team was huge, with many shift changes. Each shift passed a footage review onto the next. Lack of a proper plan or organisation, in hindsight, hindered the investigation. Nevertheless, the security team did follow the protocols in place, and they continued their search for Bernard in the complex the next day in addition to their regular duties as best as they could. Meanwhile, the police focused on his last known whereabouts, and in getting Bernard's description and image out to the public as quickly and effectively as possible. They hoped the information would ring a bell and a witness would come forward. Bernard was reported as wearing a red and black check shirt. It said he wore long dark pants hiding his pajamas underneath. He was purportedly carrying just $30 Australian, along with his transport Opal card, and of course the makeshift address card Melinda had given him. In a statement to the press, Gore's son Mark described his father as strong and resilient, and perhaps a little too proud, saying, "My father would not want to bother anyone if he was lost, and I think it's unlikely that he'd approach a stranger for help." He then went on to share that while his father's character may have prevented him from approaching others, he hoped that someone may have noticed him alone or offered him some help that day. If so, he urged them to contact the police. Reviewing the mall security footage was quickly deemed a dead end. No one matching Gore's description was seen entering or exiting the complex, and so it was concluded that the 71-year-old had never even arrived at the mall, a conclusion that was based on a less than thorough review. This at least gave the police officers an idea of where not to focus. It is worth mentioning though, the initial reviews of the footage were without a photograph of Bernard to compare it to, and as we know, the review of the footage was passed from pillar to post, and there was no real system of pinpointing which cameras had or hadn't been checked. Each staff member simply told the next shift that they hadn't successfully located Bernard yet. However, Bernard had in fact made it to the Westfield Mall. He was at one point just feet away from his destination, striving to make his lunch date with his wife. Police officers were assured that Bernard wasn't there, so they focused their efforts elsewhere. And knowing what I know now, this is so frustrating. Things like this honestly make me wish for a time machine. Police widened the search area, checking everywhere within walking distance, and the family too continued to scour his usual routes, trying to spot anything that might have taken his attention that day and led him astray. It must have been unimaginably tough for everyone involved. The anguish of just not knowing what possibly could have happened to Bernard, and over such a frustratingly short distance. For them, it just didn't make sense. And to be honest, I know for you, the viewer, it doesn't make much sense either. Here is what actually happened. CCTV of the area showed him making his way to meet Angela following their usual route, passing all the normal places without any stops or detours. So Bernard hadn't gone missing en route. He made it to the food court after all. This meant that Bernard did feature on the CCTV footage from the mall. However, the disorganized nature of the operation meant that he was missed in those crucial early moments of the investigation. However, quite bizarrely, although Bernard was seen going into the mall, somehow no footage existed of Bernard ever leaving again. The mystery only grew deeper. On January the 27th, 21 days after his wife and daughter last saw him, the tragic reality of what had happened to Bernard was finally discovered. The Westfield Junction Mall encompasses an extensive subset of passageways. These link its 6 floors and utilities behind the scenes. It was on that day that a maintenance worker entered a staff-only passageway. The majority of these corridors are rarely used. They have no windows and they form an 8-mile labyrinth. If you don't know how to navigate your way around as well as a maintenance man did, you could easily get lost, disorientated, or worse. The maintenance worker entered the passageway. He was there following reports of a bad smell by surrounding store staff. He entered via doorway L407, one of many which opened freely if you entered from the mall, but they for some reason required a key to exit. It was there in a badly lit nearby stairwell that the worker thought he could see some equipment obstructing the passage, so he went further in to investigate. As he approached, the smell became stronger. He thought perhaps it was some garbage that had been ditched in the hallway. But agonizingly, he soon realized that what he could see, positioned by an abandoned chair, was not discarded stock. It wasn't equipment or rubbish as he suspected, but instead, it was Bernard. He was lifeless and slumped over. Police arrived and a coroner was called. Angela and the Gore family finally learned of Bernard's whereabouts. The shocking discovery called the management of the manhunt into question. Unsurprisingly, an inquiry needed to get to the bottom of how exactly this could have happened, how Bernard came to be in the staff-only zone, and just how it had taken so long to find him there. The coroner concluded that Mr. Gore passed some time between the 6th and 9th of January, but the cause was undetermined. One could only imagine what Bernard Gore, Butch, had gone through before meeting his end. New South Wales Deputy State Coroner Derek Lee, remember him, echoes that sentiment in his inquiry statement. He said, "The distress that Bernard must have felt after 12:50 p.m. on the 6th of January 2017, and the uncertainty and anguish that his family must have felt in the hours, days and weeks that followed is unimaginable. The staff corridors that became his tomb had no cell phone reception. You could never get a clear signal, and many of the doors were simply unopenable. It must have been terrifying to endure, and the consequences were deadly." Frustratingly, there was an exit 1 floor below where he was recovered, but Bernard hadn't been lucky enough to find it. Under a scrutinized review of security footage, Bernard can be seen entering the mall, and he can be seen visiting the food court, and there he can be seen looking for his wife, just minutes before her arrival. But then, rather than taking a seat for lunch, Bernard appeared confused, and he is then seen entering the staff-only area via L407. The electronic access records show that nobody entered that staff area between the 6th and the 27th of January. Bernard's location within the labyrinth was behind the Chanel store. A female member of staff from that store believed she had the final interaction with Bernard before he vanished. She told Australian news outlets The Daily Telegraph, "A frail old man who looked confused and disoriented kept pacing up and down outside the store. He said he couldn't find his car or people he was supposed to be meeting. I asked him if he needed help and he shook his head. He was a little dazed and walked off. We were worried about him, so my colleague called security and one of the guards told us they could check CCTV footage to locate him. I don't know if it was him, but it could be anyone's dad or granddad. The thought that he might be the man in the stairwell, and he has been there ever since, makes me feel so sad. Why has it taken so long to find the body?" Entrance L407 is located next to the Chanel store, so this all adds up. Bernard could have been so close to being saved. Devastatingly, it was later heard during the inquest into Bernard's unfortunate demise that during the evening of January the 9th, a senior police briefing took place. During the briefing, one sergeant recalled a previous missing persons incident at the complex, where on that occasion, someone had managed to make their way into the maze of stairwells the mall held within its walls. If someone had checked up on that possibility, Bernard may have been, or almost certainly would have been, rescued from his ordeal in good time. However, the police assumed that the security staff had included them in their building sweeps as part of their search protocol. That was obviously not the case, so nobody found Bernard for 21 days. One can't say for certain the state of mind that he was in, or how long he looked for an escape, but it is likely from the position he was found in that he sat in the chair waiting for help in his final hours, trapped in the dark, confused and scared, wondering why his wife didn't meet him in the food court, just feet away from thousands of people living their lives in the mall. A stark reminder that life really does go on until your time is up. The Manhattan Project was a massive top-secret research project during World War II, and it had one specific aim: to figure out how to use the power of nuclear fission to create the world's first atomic bombs. If successful, they could unleash the most destructive force ever created by man, and all in the name of war. Scientists from all over the globe, including some of the very brightest minds of the time, were brought together to work on this groundbreaking project. The work mainly took place in Los Alamos, New Mexico. There, physicists, chemists, engineers, and military personnel worked day and night to find a way to create ultimate destruction. During the operations of the Los Alamos National Laboratory from 1943 to 1946, 24 lives were lost in various incidents. These range from construction accidents to bizarre incidents involving antifreeze-laced wine. Among the fruits of their labor were 2 bombs that would wipe out Hiroshima and Nagasaki, forcing Japan to surrender and bringing an end to World War II. But the Manhattan Project didn't just produce those bombs. It also made other devices, including a plutonium core known as Rufus. Rufus was a heavy, radioactive sphere of plutonium. It was promised death and destruction from the moment it was molded. The core seemed to have a dark destiny written into its very existence. It was intended for use in another attack on Japan, but Rufus was spared when the war ended. But it was not forgotten. Rufus was also called the Demon Core, a nickname that it very much earned. The Demon Core had been promised a cataclysmic purpose, one that it seemed determined to fulfill. Harrison Creekor Daglian Jr., otherwise known as Harry Daglian, was born on May 4th, 1921 in Waterbury, Connecticut. He was one of 3 children born to American parents, and he grew up with a sister named Helen and a brother named Edward. In 1938, at the age of 17, Harry began studying mathematics at MIT, but his interest soon shifted to a newly emerging field, particle physics. He then transferred to Purdue University in Indiana, graduated in 1942, and continued into graduate school. By 1944, his talents had caught the attention of the Manhattan Project, and he was then hired to work at the Los Alamos Laboratory on critical assembly with the famous scientist Otto Frisch. What Harry did not know at that moment was that just 1 year later, he would suffer a horrible accident that would change the entire history of nuclear science. On August 21st, 1945, as usual, Harry Daglian was working on an experiment at the laboratory in Los Alamos. He was working on building a neutron reflector. But what exactly are we talking about here? Well, a neutron reflector is used in a criticality experiment. Its purpose is to reflect neutrons back into a fissile material, in this case, Rufus. In very simple words, Rufus was the heart of a bomb. When triggered, the core would undergo a process called nuclear fission. In this process, the nucleus of a plutonium atom is bombarded with neutrons, causing it to split into smaller nuclei and releasing a huge amount of energy in the form of heat, radiation, and explosive force. This chain reaction of nuclear fission releases a huge amount of energy in a fraction of a second. This results in a powerful explosion capable of causing widespread destruction, exactly what was seen in Japan. In this case, Daglian had to very carefully stack 10-pound bricks of tungsten carbide around Rufus. The goal was to bring the core to the brink of supercriticality, the point at which a sustained nuclear chain reaction could be triggered. This was highly delicate, as pushing the core too far would result in an uncontrolled reaction. It would release lethal amounts of radiation. So basically, these experiments wanted to see exactly how far they could push the core, how far they could push their luck before it triggered a critical chain reaction. According to scientists, criticality experiments were just like tickling the tail of a sleeping dragon. as there was a constant risk of accidentally starting an uncontrolled nuclear reaction. And as you might guess, that is very, very bad. Enrico Fermi, the man who created the world's first nuclear reactor, had already warned the Los Alamos team about the dangers of these experiments. But despite all his warnings, the safety concerns were mostly swept under the rug for the sake of scientific progress. Progress in the name of horrendous destruction and misery. That night, after having dinner, Daglian returned to the lab to finish some work, alone. This was a breach of safety protocol as there were no other scientists present, but there were 2 security guards. As Daglian was about to place the final brick, neutron monitors alerted him that adding the last brick would push the core into a supercritical state. In simpler terms, the dragon was about to wake up. In an effort to prevent the disaster, Daglian tried to pull the brick away, but in panic, he accidentally dropped the brick directly onto the core. This immediately triggered a chain reaction. The room was suddenly filled with a wave of heat and a crackle of blue light. Daglian quickly tried to knock the brick away from the core, and he then disassembled the system by hand to stop the reaction, feeling his hands tingle as he did so. As he did this, he received a massive dose of neutron radiation. At this time, it was thought to be the biggest dose of radiation ever received by a human. It was at that exact moment that he knew he was about to die. The damage was already done. He was now a dead man walking. He rushed to the hospital, but it was already too late. It started with sickness, but Daglian eventually fell into a coma. Alongside Daglian's hospital bed was friend and colleague Louis Slotin. He supported him through his final days, and he finally passed away on September the 15th, 1945, 25 agonizing days after the accident. He was just 24 years old. The security guards, having received a lower dose of radiation, survived. To the scientific community, Daglian's death served as a wake-up call. Almost immediately, a committee was formed to update safety guidelines. More measures were built, such as requiring at least 2 people to conduct experiments together, and making sure that at least 2 neutron monitors with audio alerts were used at all times. But despite all the efforts to prevent such a disaster from happening again, the Demon Core was still hungry for more. Louis Alexander Slotin was a colleague of Daglian, and the two were also friends. He was born on December 1st, 1910 to Jewish refugees who fled Russia and settled in a neighborhood of Eastern European immigrants in Winnipeg, Canada. Slotin was a gifted child. According to his brother Sam, he was able to study extremely long hours, and he also loved to do so. At times, he would even send his brother off to play games with friends, so that he could study in peace. Starting college at the University of Manitoba at just 16, Slotin outdid Daglian, who was back then a 16-year-old college freshman. He got a university gold medal for physics and chemistry, and received his bachelor's degree in geology, followed by a master's degree in science. He soon earned a chemistry fellowship at King's College London. During this time, he took up amateur boxing and won a college championship, joking with his brother that all he got for his efforts was a black eye. In 1936, Slotin received his PhD in physical chemistry and became Dr. Slotin. After being rejected from a position with Canada's National Research Council, Slotin moved to the US to research nuclear chemistry at the University of Chicago. There, he built the first cyclotron in the Midwest. Despite his impressive achievements, Slotin's job did not pay well. He often had to rely on financial support from his father. This was not something he wanted to do. Eventually, Slotin's publications on radiobiology earned him an invitation to join the Manhattan Project, an exciting offer that he would later regret accepting. In 1944, he began his work at Los Alamos in New Mexico, focusing on bomb physics. It wasn't long before he found himself involved in criticality experiments, using both uranium and eventually plutonium. This brought him face to face with none other than Rufus, the Demon Core. Slotin quickly established himself as a risk-taker, often disregarding protocol. However, his contributions to the Manhattan Project were more than significant. He founded the core of Trinity, which was the first atomic device to be detonated. This earned him the title of Chief Armorer of the United States. After the end of World War II, Slotin began training a replacement for himself. He wanted to return to teaching and research at the University of Chicago. He felt uncomfortable with participating in projects that caused such destruction, as well as the death of his assistant and friend, Harry Daghlian. All of this together likely fueled his desire to leave Los Alamos. Even his boss, Enrico Fermi, had warned Slotin about his approach to critical assemblies. "You'll be dead within a year if you keep doing that," he said. Yet despite all these concerns and setbacks, Slotin stayed at Los Alamos. His trademark cowboy boots and blue jean shorts seemed to project a Wild West attitude into a situation that should have been anything but. On May the 21st, 1946, Slotin was demonstrating an experiment for 7 of his colleagues at Los Alamos. In the center of the room, on a table, sat the Demon Core. The plan was to trigger the first step of a fission reaction by placing a hemisphere of beryllium onto the 14-pound core. This beryllium dome, called a tamper, worked like the tungsten carbide bricks Daghlian had used. It reflected neutrons back into the core. But it was extremely crucial that the tamper never fully cover the core. This was to let some neutrons escape. Missing this step would be devastating. Slotin held the tamper with his left hand through a thumb hole at the top, and he kept the hemisphere apart using the tip of a flathead screwdriver in his right hand. This was obviously not official protocol. The nuclear cowboy was out in full force. Metal shims were supposed to be used to keep the gap, but they had been removed. And then, at exactly 3:20 p.m., the screwdriver slipped. The hemisphere fell, and in an instant a burst of radiation filled the room. Eyewitnesses reported that the room began to glow with blue ionization, and a wave of heat swept through the space similar to Daghlian's accident. A sour taste filled Slotin's mouth, and his left hand began to burn. Slotin, with his quick reflexes, shielded his colleagues with his body and attempted to stop the reaction. The total duration of the flash could not have been more than a few tenths of a second. Slotin reacted very quickly in flipping the tamper piece off, but it was already too late. Slotin, who had witnessed friend Harry Daghlian struggle with radiation poisoning, knew exactly the gravity of what had just happened. As the blue glow left the room, his first words were, "Well, that does it." His quick actions may have spared his colleagues from severe radiation exposure, but he himself received a lethal dose. It was Slotin that now held the title of the most radiated man in history. The security guard fled the room in terror as the room flashed and scientists began to yell. The lab was evacuated and the scientists gathered outside to wait for an ambulance to arrive. Slotin sketched out a diagram of where he and his colleagues were standing at the time of the accident. He also tried to use a radiation detector on several objects in the room with them. This included a Coca-Cola bottle and a brush. However, the detector itself was contaminated with radiation, so it could not be used. Los Alamos scientists used film dosimetry badges to measure exposure to radiation during an accident like this. But on that day, not a single person in the room was wearing their badge, breaking protocol yet again. In his confused and sick state, Slotin sent a colleague back into the contaminated lab to retrieve the badges from a locked lead box, but they were unusable. Slotin likely knew this, but as a later report highlighted, after such an exposure, people are in no condition for rational behavior. On the way to the hospital, he told a colleague, "You'll be okay, but I think I'm done for." Slotin began vomiting immediately after leaving the building, and he continued to do so on his first day in hospital. Upon arrival, he told a colleague, "I'm so sorry you got into this. I'm afraid I have less than a 50% chance of living. I hope you have better than that." On the second day, his condition seemed to improve, but this was short-lived. Slotin began to suffer a steep decline. The hand that had held the core turned a waxy blue, blistered, and doctors kept it packed in ice. He suffered from severe intestinal distress, from reduced urine output, swollen hands, arrhythmia, blisters covering his arms, intestinal paralysis, and gangrene. A medical expert described the radiation throughout his body as a 3-dimensional sunburn. Slotin had essentially cooked from the inside. But despite his suffering, Slotin insisted that doctors and scientists use his condition as a case study. He repeatedly discussed his test results with doctors and nurses. General Leslie Groves, the same man who had been with Oppenheimer at the detonation of the gadget, was sent to retrieve Slotin's parents from Winnipeg. They arrived on day 4. By day 5, his white blood cell count had dropped severely. By day 7, he was confused, his lips turned blue, and he was placed in an oxygen tent. Lewis knew exactly what was happening. He then fell into a coma and took his last breath 9 days after the accident, on May the 30th, 1946, at age 35. He was buried in Winnipeg in a sealed military casket. To study the effects of the radiation sickness, scientists requested an autopsy. Although it was against their religious traditions, Slotin's dad agreed, as one article reported him saying, Lewis had been a scientist all his life, and that when it could do no harm, it would be wrong to prevent him adding to knowledge. Over 3,000 mourners attended his funeral, honouring a man who had pushed the boundaries of science, sometimes recklessly, and eventually paid the ultimate price. 4 of Slotin's colleagues were discharged by May the 25th, and the others were described to be in satisfactory condition. Alvin Graves, the observer closest to Slotin during the accident and Slotin's trainee, stayed in the hospital for several weeks with acute radiation poisoning. Although he survived, he suffered from vision and neurological problems for the rest of his life. Despite surviving the immediate aftermath, 3 of the scientists later succumbed to radiation-related illnesses. Graves passed away 20 years later at age 55 from a heart attack. The security guard who had fled the room in terror could not escape a tragic fate. After being promoted to Sergeant First Class, he died in 1950 in North Korea. Radiation-related cancers plagued many of those who worked on the Manhattan Project. Daglian's memory was honoured in May of 2000 in New London. His brother and sister made a memorial in his honour which read, "Though not in uniform, he died in service to his country." Westchester County, New York is situated just north of New York City. It has long been considered as a pretty safe and idyllic respite from the sprawl of the big city, and it prides itself on being a family town. However, the events that took place in Westchester County in the spring of 1984 to the spring of 1985 were so macabre that they inspired aspects of the Thomas Harris novel Silence of the Lambs. On July the 16th, 1984, a 12-year-old girl named Antonella Martina disappeared. Antonella was precocious and caring, so she offered to run some errands for her mother. Initially, her mother was reluctant, but her daughter insisted, claiming that she was a big girl now, and that she simply wanted to help out more. Finally, her mother gave in and sent Antonella to cash a check on her behalf. But when she realized that she'd been gone for over an hour, the mother started to panic. She called her husband and he came home early with their son Leo, and together the family went out looking for Antonella. After a couple of hours with no luck, they contacted the police. Eyewitnesses confirmed that Antonella had entered the bank, but no one had seen her after she left. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into a full year before any light would finally be shed on the case. Close to a year later, on February 24th, 1985, Officer TYMLRK conducted a traffic stop that would prove to be his last. The young officer was recently engaged to be married and he was just 27 years old. At around 7 p.m, Gary pulled over a 1972 blue Mercury Capri. It had hand-painted Ghostbusters decals on the bumper. He pulled it for reckless driving. He then radioed for a tow truck to impound the car. This was because the driver did not have a license, nor did he have insurance. And then TYMLRK found shotguns and ammunition in the vehicle, so he called for backup. At the time, the driver had 3 associates in the car, 2 male and 1 female. They later reported that the driver claimed that TYMLRK was giving him a hard time, and that he was gonna kill this cop. The associates claimed that they thought he was joking, but just a few moments later, the driver produced a handgun from under his seat and he pulled the trigger 3 times aimed at the officer. Gary TYMLRK lost the fight for his life. Just 2 days later, on February 26, 1985, Beverly Capone was reported missing. Beverly worked at IBM and drove a white Toyota that she had recently bought for herself. Her colleague recounted that when she was leaving the office that day, Beverly told her, "I'm taking these old bones right home." Beverly was of Irish descent and she was known for being feisty and assertive. This was despite her petite stature. She was barely 5 feet tall and weighed less than 100 pounds. While she and her husband were divorced, they still remained great friends, and Beverly was extremely close to her daughter Pamela too. Pamela, who was 22 at the time, had tried to get hold of her mother all day. She'd left messages on her machine, but by the time 9 p.m. rolled around, she had still heard nothing back, so now she knew that something was wrong. She called her father and initially he said she shouldn't worry. Maybe Beverly had just gone out with friends or she was maybe working late. But Pamela knew her mother and she felt unsettled. She had that feeling in her gut that we so often speak about. The daughter forced herself to put those bad thoughts aside for a little longer, but she then reported her mother missing the very next day. In the 2 days between Officer TYMLRK's murder and Beverly Capone's disappearance, a lot had transpired. But to really understand the timeline of events, we have to go back to the fateful night of the routine traffic stop. A man named Alex Mengel was driving the car that Officer TYMLRK pulled over for reckless driving. Mengel was a Guyanese immigrant who worked as a security guard, as well as a tool and die maker, and he spent a lot of time between the Bronx and Westchester, New York. Mengel and his 3 associates were heading back from a hunting trip in the Catskill Mountains when they were pulled over. Mengel, as we know, was agitated by the stop, and ultimately he was the one to pull the trigger. Before the murder, however, as he pulled out his handgun, he instructed his associates to drive his Mercury Capri, complete with Ghostbuster decals, over to the Bronx as soon as they heard the shot. Mengel's motive for the murder seemed kind of vague. It wasn't just because he was angry. In his mind, he had good reason. It was later revealed that Mengel had a criminal record, a record that would have almost certainly seen him be arrested by TYMLRK. Firstly, there was ammunition and shotguns in the truck. Secondly, Alex Mengel was an illegal immigrant. And finally, he was a perpetrator of domestic violence. Around a year prior, only a few months before Antonella's disappearance, on May 2nd, 1994, A woman showed up at a Westchester County emergency room with a broken jaw. This woman was Mengel's wife. Initially, she told medical staff that she had been mugged, but eventually she broke down, finally revealing that her husband had been beating her for years. His wife was essentially Mengel's first confirmed victim. Because of this, he was arrested, but he did not go to jail. This specific crime was taken far less seriously at the time. Thankfully though, his wife is one of the first women in New York history to be put in a pilot program for survivors. Her last name was changed, she was housed in protection, and Mengel was never allowed to see her ever again. He was, however, allowed supervised contact with his son, but only in specified locations. But back to the traffic stop. As instructed after hearing the shot, the three associates drove Mengel's car to the Bronx. Mengel then stole the cop car with the wounded officer still in the front seat, and he headed in the opposite direction and then abandoned the car. Mengel lays Officer TYMLRK across the front seats, leaving him to bleed out, and then he stole his handgun before fleeing. However, he was unable to turn off the flashing police light on top of the car, and this failure captured the attention of another police officer. They eventually found the abandoned car, and sadly, TYMLRK's body. Meanwhile, the cops that TYMLRK called for backup arrived at the scene of the traffic stop, and with no TYMLRK, no police vehicle, and no Mercury Capri to be found, a search quickly followed. Around the Bronx, it was common knowledge that Mengel drove a car with hand-painted Ghostbuster decals on it, so officials soon had at least one suspect in the murder of Officer TYMLRK. I mean, you couldn't really make yourself much more obvious, could you? At this point, Mengel had run across the highway, and he was now hiding out in a shed at the Yonkers Motor Inn. This was confirmed when a young female shop worker later reported that Mengel had entered her convenience store. She was working the register for her parents, and said that a very sweaty and out-of-breath Mengel had come in. He purchased a soda and was carrying something wrapped up in a shirt or a towel. Simultaneously, Mengel's Mercury Capri was discovered abandoned in the Bronx. A local crime unit in the Bronx started off by surveilling the car. 3 hours passed by and no one approached the vehicle, so they changed tactics. They then decided to start searching the block that Mengel's car was found on. However, because this particular neighborhood is known for substance-related crimes, they had to wait for backup to arrive first. Authorities knocked on doors with emergency service units from NYC and K9 units in tow. They took Mengel's car in to look for evidence and they questioned whoever they could. They eventually stumbled upon an acquaintance of the perpetrator. They revealed that Mengel had been up in the Catskill Mountains with a few friends. This was the three associates in the car, along with one other person who had driven back in his own car. Police found all of these friends and took them in for questioning. At first, the friends, later dubbed the Bronx Four by author David Paul, remained tight-lipped. But after a very intense interrogation, which saw one of the friends being held out of a window, they finally snapped and revealed that Mengel had, in fact, murdered Gary TYMLRK. On February the 29th, 1985, 3 days after Beverly Capone's disappearance, a young girl was approached by someone in a white Toyota. The girl was delivering newspapers on her paper route in a suburban neighborhood. That is when the woman in the car called her over asking for directions. The girl got closer to the car and then noticed that the woman was actually a man. He was wearing an ill-fitting wig, along with women's clothing. The girl backed away when the driver pointed a handgun at her. He threatened to end her life if she didn't get in the car. Amazingly though, the girl managed to escape by running to a neighbor's driveway, and that neighbor then contacted the police. The police showed the young girl a series of photographs, and she immediately identified Alex Mengel as the person who had threatened her. The manhunt was now officially on. He must still be nearby. Police located a relative of Mengel's near where the incident with the young girl had taken place. This was close to Buffalo City. They discovered that Mengel was desperately trying to make his way up to Canada, and they now knew that he was driving a white Toyota. By this point, the news about Beverly Capone was all over the country. This included her photograph and the details of her car. which was also a white Toyota. Pretty quickly, police suspect that Mengele, the confirmed cop killer, was connected to the Beverly Capone case as well. They put out a wanted notification throughout the country and Canada for Alex Mengele. On March 2nd, 1985, a white Toyota was spotted driving in the suburbs of Toronto. It was the white Toyota with Beverly's license plate still intact. Driving the car was Alex Mengele. He was now finally under arrest, but the vile details of his crimes were still to be discovered. In the car, they found that Beverly's driver's license had been altered, and then they discovered what was believed to be the wig. Until further inspection, the hair was actually attached to skin. It was the scalp of Beverly Capone. And almost unbelievably, this wasn't the worst thing they found in that car. Also laying in the vehicle was Beverly Capone's face. Mengele had been trying to use it as a disguise along with the altered license and her hair. Beverly's body was eventually found 11 days after her disappearance on March 4th, 1985. The remains were found near Mengele's cabin in the Catskill Mountains. Her time on this earth was ended after a sharp implement pierced her heart. Biological evidence matched the remains found in the white Toyota on the day that Mengele was arrested. Mengele's car, the DIY Ghostbuster Mercury Capri, was also examined for evidence. Hidden inside the ashtray by the dashboard, police found several photographs of young women, as well as a map that had particular locations circled. These images comprised of 4 wallet-sized photographs and 1 Polaroid. Unfortunately, even though they were compared to missing cases and homicide incidents, no identifications of these women have ever been made to date. Still, police suspect these photographs indicate either victims or potential victims of Mengele. After being arrested on March 26, 1985, Canadian authorities ordered Mengele's deportation back to New York City. There, he would be charged and tried for the murder of Beverly Capone and Gary TYMLRK. En route back to the United States, Mengele tried to escape his fate once more. He attacked his police escort and attempted to grab his sidearm. A struggle ensued which would result in the death of 1 person in the vehicle. The officer driving the car quickly pulled over and leapt into action. He attempted valiantly to save the life of his partner in a moment of panic and heroism. The struggle continued, and 1 shot rang out. One of the men was hit in the chest. Their time on this earth ended almost instantly. That man was Alex Mengele. 2 years later, on Thanksgiving Day 1987, remains were found in a shallow grave in Yorktown, New York. The remains belonged to Antonella Martina. She had vanished a year before Beverly Capone whilst running the errand for her mother. Her cause of death was ruled as multiple sharp implement wounds to the chest. Given the nature of Mengele's previous crimes, authorities suspect he was behind Antonella's murder as well. Police would make a horrifying statement, one that perhaps gives more weight to the actions of the officer that pulled the trigger defending his colleague in the police car. They believed that if he were not arrested when he was, Mengele displayed all the makings of a serial killer, and the police officer may have put an end to what could have been one of the worst reigns of terror ever seen in the United States.